To avoid a beatdown, Zero's agent dragged his client to the side. If Zero kept at it, they would be kicked off the flying transport. Zero's agent kindly reminded his client that his comments were problematic and that they would upset others. Zero's agent also reminded Zero that he had promised the Liezhou governor, in the governor's office, that he'd get along with the cast and crew and not act like a prima donna and so on. The cabin soon went silent again. Zero's comments had stirred up a lot of emotions. The other passengers retrieved thoughts they had cast aside and started to get nervous. The founding era, cast and crew had been quite high profile from the get-go, the perfect embodiment of the kind of arrogance that came with being involved in a mainstream blockbuster. As far as the cast, crew, and investors were concerned, given the significance of the movie, they couldn't sneak around. They had to project a strong presence. There would be no cowering. The cast had bragged to outsiders that they were portraying grand historical figures. They were artists on a mission to craft a milestone production. They would stand united with the production crew and face whatever difficulties and threats came their way. There was no need to duck and hide. Their goal was to launch the production with pride and pomp. We have nothing to fear. If you can't stand it, then we challenge you to make a better movie. The fact was that a special production like Founding Era was bound to attract saboteurs on top of public attention. Between the time the cast and crew arrived at the spaceport and the time they took off, the troops stationed at the Huangzhou spaceport had already fended off 3 attempted terrorist attacks on them, but these attempts were hidden from public view. The public had no clue. Soon after takeoff, the spaceship started shaking. The cast and crew in the cabin were terrified. What's going on? We never ran into a situation like this on previous flights to Y via freight transport. Is the spaceship malfunctioning? The passenger cabin was comprised of many small cabins and a large lounge. Each small cabin contained many berths. Where Fang Zhao was sitting, folks from Silver Wing had adjoining berths in the same small cabin. Many of the Silver Wing actors started getting edgy after the spaceship started vibrating. Big brother should you look into it? One actor asked, his face completely pale. Lizzie was the most senior member of the Silver Wing contingent. Yeah, teacher let's send someone to get the latest in the lounge. Why don't I go? I'll go too. Lizzie was already wearing a deep frown. He raised his hands and the crowd quieted down. He gave his assistant a quick glance. The assistant took off immediately. Ji Polan, who had managed to land a small part in the movie, approached Fang Zhao and whispered, "Big brother Zhao, what do you think is going on?" Fang Zhao shifted his attention away from his composition notebook. "I'm confident our military escorts will take care of the problem." Someone who overheard the conversation pouted, apparently not pleased with Fang Zhao's response. Soon, Lizzie's assistant returned, shaking his head. Someone else had opened their cabin door with an eye toward getting an update only to find an armed soldier standing guard in the corridor outside. Alerted by the sound of the opening door, the soldier glanced over with an icy stare, spooking the person who had opened the door into retreating. Others in the cabin who wanted to do the same gave up as well. "Return to your seats. Look how frightened you are. If any of you actors are free, spend some time reading the script and memorizing your lines. Learn your characters," Roman said in an upset tone. The older actors had more life experience, after all. They were also more cool-headed than their junior colleagues. Several of the veteran actors told the younger members of the cast who were jittery, Come. Let's study the script together." The young actors were reluctant. Who is in the mood to read the script at a time like this? One of the second unit directors sneered at the pacing young actors. "You think this is such an easy gig? Did you read your contracts carefully? They clearly state the likelihood of threats to personal safety." The comment prompted blank stares in some and puzzled looks in others. A third group was wearing their hearts on their sleeves. Clearly, not everyone had read their contract carefully. When they had signed, they'd thought they would be guaranteed fame and fortune. Who knew that the fame and fortune associated with founding era weren't so easy to harvest? A shivering young man asked, should I prepare my will? You kids. Worrying about your wills. One of the veteran actors responded, shaking his head. I wrote mine ages ago. The young actors. Luckily, the turbulence didn't last much longer, and the rest of the journey was uneventful. When the group finally arrived at the Y spaceport and planted their feet on terra firma, their first reaction wasn't excitement about the imminent shoot or curiosity about their new surroundings. They breathed a long sigh of relief. They had landed in one piece. Having safely arrived at their destination, the cast and crew felt more relaxed, and they started chatting away. I just heard that a bomb was defused while the spaceship was in flight. Maybe that's what caused the vibrations. I was scared **less. Some idiot kept making inauspicious comments during the journey. I kept feeling butterflies in my stomach. Historic missions aren't a walk in the park after all. It's the first time it's dawned on me that making a movie can be so dangerous. Thankfully, we had a military escort. Otherwise we may not have survived. It was so worth it joining this production. How many actors have gone their whole careers without experiencing this kind of treatment? It's not an easy gig. I feel like I'm on a sacred mission. Let me take a picture first. The cast and crew didn't linger at the spaceport. They soon set off for the movie set in batches on several flying transports. The set for Founding Era wasn't located at the Y Film Studio complex. The first batch that arrived headed for the dormitory complex to locate the rooms they were assigned. The actors were assigned rooms based on how important their roles were. There was a full array of rooms ranging from singles to dorm rooms that housed up to 10 people. Each room was equipped with a private bath and kitchen. Wow, how long has it been since I last lived in dorm conditions like this, someone said. Violin prodigy Faye Harmonic was part of the sound effects team and was one of the first to arrive at the dorm complex. After settling in, he made for a dirt slope nearby. His bright red shoulder-length hair flowing in the wind, he set his sights on the vast desert on the horizon. One's brain cells were bound to be excited by a new environment. Faye Harmonic was in a deeply emotional state. He could feel the inspiration oozing from him, a deluge of notes percolating in his head. The notes didn't form a melody, but he felt compelled to play them to quiet his restless soul. He raised his arm and bellowed, "Violin." Only after belting out the command did he remember his assistant was banned from this shoot. There was no one to hand him his violin, so he rushed back to his dorm room for the instrument before climbing the slope again. Faye Harmonic closed his eyes briefly, then gazed toward the distant clouds and desert as he cultivated his mood. I'm a lone whale swimming in the deep ocean, surrounded by **T. Faye Harmonic cursed. He was getting ready to bolt, but it was too late. Zero was scurrying toward him, waving frantically. Faye Harmonic. Do we know each other that well? Faye, this term of endearment typically used by affectionate fans, suddenly felt revolting. Faye Harmonic's hand that was carrying his violin shivered as he watched Zero appear before him. He was weighing the pros and cons of getting into a fight with Zero. Forget it, I'll just bear with him. He couldn't afford to mess with Zero, and he didn't want to lose his violin. Zero was completely oblivious to the calculations going on inside Faye Harmonic's head. He was thinking about his agent's reminder to be friendly and not act like a prima donna. He summoned the most polite face he could muster and asked, "I've always been dying to ask you something, but I'm not sure if I should." Faye Harmonic knew Zero's temperament oh so well. Before he could say anything, Zero had already blurted out, "When you're engrossed in playing the violin, how do you make sure your bow doesn't get tangled up in your hair?" Faye Harmonic. How the **CK do you not lose it with this guy? Ignoring Zero, Faye Harmonic wore a cold expression. He silently turned around and left the slope, thinking to himself, bad luck. When he was heading downhill, he saw a gorgeous figure emerging from the dorm complex. Weather conditions were rough. Apparently, a sandstorm was in the making, yet here was Barbara wearing her princess dress. She had an umbrella in one hand, the other lifting her dress slightly. She was accompanied by an assistant, who was carrying Barbara's handbag and forging a path for her. In contrast to her surroundings, Barbara looked like a rose that had sprouted in the desert. Faye Harmonic looked like he'd stepped on a piece of sh*t. You're on a friggin' foreign planet. Will not dressing up kill you? Such bad luck. I shouldn't have gone out at all today. Zero was number 1 on Faye Harmonic's blacklist, and Barbara was second. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford to piss off either of them. A furious Faye Harmonic headed for the dorm complex only to run into Fang Zhao, who was dragging a suitcase. Faye Harmonic got even more upset. 3 blows of bad luck. Fang Zhao was the last person he wanted to see. Because of Fang Zhao, Faye Harmonic's fan had persuaded him to give acting a try. If a composer like Fang Zhao can act, why can't our Faye make a splash in the movie industry? Faye Harmonic's first response had been, ha. Am I the type to spread myself so thin? In reality, the thought had indeed crossed his mind, but he set his sights high. If he was going to act, he was going to be the leading man. It had to be a big production too. Otherwise it would not befit his status. He had even appeared on some variety shows to show his face, appease fans, and promote an upcoming concert at the same time. Yet acting-wise, he never came across the right part that also struck his fancy. He had been about to lower his standards when Fang Zhao had snatched a leading role in Founding Era. At that point, he hadn't been able to drop his standards. He was too proud. Faye Harmonic felt someone had gotten the upper hand on him, so seeing Fang Zhao was quite upsetting as well. He grunted and went on his way, clearly miffed. Fang Zhao arched his eyebrows. He had wanted to compare notes with this violin prodigy, but it looked like it wasn't going to happen. Due to the importance of his role, Fang Zhao was assigned to a single room. There was internet coverage, so Fang Zhao checked the headlines while his fellow cast members resumed posting photos. Fang Zhao told his family and friends that he had arrived safely, then got in touch with Yen Biao and Zuiyu. His 2 bodyguards would join him on Y soon. They were supposed to bring Curly Hair, whose paperwork was almost in order. Given Curly Hair's special talents, Fang Zhao felt it best to keep him close. As said by the masses, nowadays, there were only 2 sorts of actors left, those heading to Planet Y and those that had been eliminated. And actors that were already filming at the Y Film Studio complex, regardless of whether they were in the cast or not, were taking advantage of the situation. Since they were already on Planet Y, ignorant people might really think that they were playing some important role in Founding Era. Not everyone knew that the Y Film Studio complex and the set for Founding Era were 2 different places. Many people were deceived. On the first day, when the cast and crew arrived on Planet Y, the internet was abuzz. Many people that were unable to visit Planet Y were green with envy. The headlines on every continent were seemingly dominated by Founding Era. Netizens were also very happy to see these headlines. Celebrities were falling over each other trying to post photos to flaunt. Online audiences hoped to see more excitement. But no news came out from the cast and crew. Only the online interactive platform of Founding Era was releasing some trivial news every day. The online masses that were waiting for excitement were not satisfied. Where was the publicity? Where were the trailers? When it was going to be released wasn't mentioned either. There wasn't even a single still from the serial, and all the big stars had collectively disappeared. Regarding this, the official explanation of Founding Era was this: the entire crew does not have internet access. They are having a confined period. Netizens of the new era that couldn't even live without the internet in their daily lives couldn't help but pity the cast members. How cruel, to actually deny them internet access. If it were me, not having internet access would be the same as denying my livelihood. That is why I don't want to undergo military service. How am I going to live if I get posted to some destitute place without any internet? Will you even have the energy to use the internet when you are undergoing military service? Speaking of this, nowadays, aren't there very few serials that don't have internet access? Indeed, this is the royalty of serials, it just isn't the same as all those other inferior ones. I wonder when we will get to see those stars post their photos. Without those, the entertainment circle feels miserable. Over at Planet Y, the cast and crew had indeed entered a confined period, but they had yet to officially start shooting. The entire Planet Y had raised precautionary measures the moment Founding Era had announced its reboot. The military force here had also been expanded. The military troops that had come along with the cast and crew were not just to ensure the cast's safety. At least 60% of these troops were incorporated into Y Base's military force. In short, people of Y Base were delighted that the Founding Era project was setting up shop on Planet Y. Once filming was completed, the set would change its name to Founding Era Cultural Film City, and would become a tourist hotspot. Perhaps Planet Y might be able to apply for a second film cultural base. In the future, when it was opened up to the public, Planet Y would only be worried if nobody came. With human traffic, there would be resources and revenue. With revenue, there would be a guarantee for military expenses. If additional armaments were applied for, the probability of it being approved would be much higher. The base would be upgraded and gain wealth. The area that Founding Era was using as a set had originally been a place that wasn't in Planet Y's development plans. This region did not even have a name, only an area number. But now, it had become a mystical place, although it was just a small corner when compared to Planet Y's vast land. Now it was going to become a trace of history. Its vile weather and terrible environment similar to that of the period of destruction was a reason why it had been selected for filming. Most places on Planet Y had 4 distinctive seasons and had favorable climates, like spring, all year round. However, this place seemed like it had only 2 seasons, an excessive winter and a hot summer. On rare occasions where it wasn't cold or hot, the place was wrecked by sand and dust storms. On the first day, when the cast and crew arrived, due to them being tired and having a lot of restrictions, they did not manage to explore the place. The next morning, after the directorial team held a meeting, each cast and crew member was given an arrangement schedule. For actors, they were given a week's time to adapt to the environment, learn how to use props, and make other sorts of preparations to get ready. It was clearly listed on the plan that all cast and crew would enter a confined period. Once they entered this region, they should forget about getting out before the filming was finalized. If they really needed to do so, they would have to apply for it beforehand. The cast and crew could also forget about sneaking out too. The entire area was surrounded by military personnel, and if they were mistaken for extremists and shot dead, they would have died for nothing. Every 7 days, they would have 2 hours of time for internet usage. At all other times, there wouldn't be any internet connection. Zero's face turned black the moment he saw this. How do we live without the internet? Older actors had experienced a lot and had encountered similar circumstances before. Although those conditions hadn't been as stringent, having experienced life without internet access, they were still able to adapt. The younger actors, on the other hand, found it much harder to bear. Fang Zhao wasn't really affected. In his previous life, he had gone much longer without any internet. Even in this life, he had undergone a rather long period without much internet access on Planet Baiji. Thus, his reliance on the internet was not as strong as that of other people of the same age. The second day, after receiving the arrangement schedule, Fang Zhao and the others from Silver Wing gathered at the designated location. There, professionals would instruct them on how to use the various props. The prop instructor wasn't the least bit courteous towards these celebrities. People from that era were forced to get stronger on battlefields. Whether it was having the ability to kill their enemies or having the skills to escape, people then were well versed in it. Any person could leap 8 meters with just one stride. Can any of you do so? If you can't do so, then you better familiarize yourselves with the usage of these props. Try not to become a burden when filming officially starts. No one will wait for you. We aren't even athletes, how is it possible to even leap 8 meters with one stride, someone muttered. There were even people who joked about it. If there is a dog chasing behind me, perhaps I might really leap 8 meters. The prop instructor paid no heed to what this bunch of instructors discussed in private and continued at his normal pace as he explained the usage of every single prop. Whether the actors listened seriously, whether they comprehended, he couldn't care less. Fang Zhao did not need it, but after some consideration, he felt that he shouldn't be too segregated from the rest of the group and needed to act normal. So when others interacted with the props, Fang Zhao used them too. Familiarizing himself with their usage would be beneficial as well. As Fang Zhao memorized the prop instructor's introduction for each piece of equipment, he felt rueful. The convenience that technology brought humankind was indeed amazing. The prop instructor left after finishing his talk. He had other matters to attend to and would leave the group of actors to train over here. Ji Polan ran over to look for Fang Zhao. Brother Zhao, should we head to the production team's dining hall or to the gourmet street later? How about we head to the large dining hall at noon to experience the atmosphere and visit the gourmet food street in the late afternoon to try some Y specialties? The gourmet food street that had been mentioned was a street constructed on the fringes of the film set area. The shops there were run by family members of Y-base military personnel. The investments and the cast and crew provided job opportunities for the military and were bringing Planet Y considerable revenue. Military personnel garrisoned on Planet Y would definitely look after things well here. Even a powerful dragon could not repress a local snake. Regardless of how much power and influence one held elsewhere, when on Planet Y, they still had to foster good relationships with the military stationed here. This was the territory of Y-base's commander, Hui. If the cast and crew should really encounter any big problems, they would still have to request help from the Y garrison. For the cast and crew, the gourmet food street definitely had a much greater appeal compared to the production team's dining hall. However, the 3 meals at the dining hall were free, whereas the gourmet food street required them to fork out their own cash. Naturally, celebrities did not lack such small amounts of cash. So there isn't any internet for us to entertain ourselves with. In life, there are only a few other pastimes. We have to eat more. We definitely won't get fat training for days in this horrid place. If we eat according to our past portions, we will waste away before filming has even started, Ji Polan said. We have to eat more good stuff before filming starts. Fang Zhao approved of Ji Polan's statement. Before leaving, the prop instructor had given some parting words: try your best to eat. Even if you have no appetite or you aren't acclimating well, you still have to force food down. At lunchtime, Ji Polan dropped whatever prop he was holding and ran over to Fang Zhao to have lunch together. His eager manner appeared as if he was afraid that Fang Zhao would run off alone. A few other Silver Wing young actors who were of similar grades to Ji Polan gazed disdainfully at Ji Polan's impatient thigh-hugging. Following that, they compliantly joined in. Brother Fang, take me along. Count me in. Me too, me too. People who could squeeze into the cast of Founding Era were not foolish. They could clearly see that He Lizzie was the head of the Silver Wing party, but there were too many people gathered around him. B-listers like them were nothing more than minions, and they could not force their way in. With no other choice, they could only follow Ji Polan and mix with Fang Zhao. A few of them thought to themselves that fortunately, Fang Zhao was of a similar age to them. With common topics, they all felt comfortable talking to him. Even if any of them had mush for brains, the managers behind them surely had tricks up their sleeves. Previously, these managers had instructed them, if you aren't smart, then watch what smart people do and learn from them. For the past few years, G. Poland's stock had been rising. In the eyes of many people, he was a smart person. Fang Zhao could see through their intentions, but as long as they had no evil inclinations, he would look after those he could. In his eyes, they were just little kids. As Fang Zhao was bringing along a bunch of kids to the dining hall for lunch, he ran through the list of things he had arranged in his mind. No problems. Everything is accounted for. Elsewhere. At Earth's space station, a cargo transport ship headed for Planet Y was stopped. Yen Biao and Zuiyu were not in the passenger cabin but in a single room allocated to them. They had followed Fang Zhao's instructions and brought along curly hair and all sorts of procedural documentation. Fang Zhao belonged to the first batch of Planet Y cooperative partners, and Planet Y's commanding officer Hui Yi had given him the green light. However, for him to bring a dog, there were all sorts of tests that had to be done to prevent foreign bacteria and other microbes from being carried in. There were slightly more of these procedures, and despite starting in August, it was only now that Fang Zhao had gotten a pass from Planet Y. It was only a one-time pass, and when Curly Hair was going to leave Planet Y, he would need to apply for it again. However, the reason Yen Biao and Zuiyu were able to enjoy the treatment of having a single room was because of Curly Hair. When they had boarded, cargo was being loaded up on the transport ship. Curly Hair had smelt some hazardous materials. Those were goods that had some toxicity. Despite layers of safety checks, there had still been a little leaking, and nobody had any idea how it had gotten through the checks. The person in charge at the space station was furious. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Find out whoever or whichever step had a problem. Over at the transport ship, they had only been concerned about whether there were problems with the goods that had been loaded up. The majority of these goods would be for the founding era cast and crew. If any star was poisoned as a result, those on the ship would be done for as well. Wasn't there a police dog making a round? Why didn't it sniff out anything? Someone asked, puzzled. The space station had 20 elite dogs from Muzhou's police academy with the specific purpose of searching the spaceport. Police dogs and technology gave a double layer of insurance. However, this double layer of insurance wasn't able to make it 100% safe. Strange. How exactly was this dog able to sniff it out? Somebody asked as the ship's staffers gathered to discuss. One of them was shocked by the results of his online search. This dog is ranked 5th on the global pet value charts. It has a valuation of over 200 million. I feel it is even better than the 200 million worth of new equipment that the space station just bought. I just knew that the space station's new batch of machines were no good. See, there are problems already. In the past, I had never understood why a dog could be so expensive. Now I know why. It's totally worth it. The transport ship's commander had even specifically come looking for Yen Biao and Zuiyu. Let us borrow your dog again. Yen Biao and Zuiyu were in an awkward situation. Could their boss's dog be so easily loaned out? Of course not. But this was someone else's transport ship. They still had to ride on this ship to Planet Y. Although Fang Zhao did not have any internet access, with some connections, the two bodyguards could still contact him. However, since it wasn't an especially important matter, there was no need to make use of those connections. The two of them considered for a bit. It wasn't a big issue, so they sanctioned it. We can lend out the dog, but we have to follow along, Yen Biao said. The ship's commander rejected it. That won't do. Many areas on this ship are off-limits to non-crew members. You guys have to wait here. Don't worry. I will personally lead the dog to each cabin for a quick search before returning. It's just a dog. Would I not return him after borrowing? Having reached this point, Zuiyu and Yen Biao could only agree, since Curly Hair didn't seem like he was indisposed to it. The ship's commander gladly brought the dog to patrol the ship and even got his men to allocate a room for Yen Biao and Zuiyu with food and drinks. Suiyu stared at the ceiling. I feel that. We are inferior to a dog, Yen Biao replied numbly. The Founding Era Film Set District. After a day of training with props and familiarizing themselves with the site, in the late afternoon, Fang Zhao brought Ji Polan and the others to the gourmet food street for some food. This gourmet street has a lot of stuff, but the prices aren't low either, a young actor said as he looked at the menu. Does the Commodities Price Office manage this area? It appears that they are unable to do so. There was indeed a wide range of selections at the gourmet food street, but the prices were expensive. However, this food was grown on farmland. It was purely organic, no hormones or fertilizers, and it tasted great. Most importantly, many of these fruits and vegetables were varieties that had existed during the old era. It was rumored that at the moment, only Planet Y was able to supply these. Therefore, eating this food was all about being pretentious. After the dishes were served and Fang Zhao had just picked up his chopsticks, Ji Polan exclaimed, "Brother Zhao, wait a moment. Let me first disinfect the poison." As he said this, Ji Polan fished out equipment and started taking photos of the food on the table. He took quite a number from many different angles. Since there was no internet, how about taking some photos? When he got his internet usage time after 1 week, he could show off online. Okay, I have disinfected the poison within myself. We can eat now. Wait, let me take some too. I was so hungry I nearly forgot about this. Everyone, please wait for a moment and let me take a selfie. In this party of 8, other than Fang Zhao, the other 7 were frantically snapping away at the table filled with food in all sorts of positions and angles. Fang Zhao thought for a bit and also snapped a photo of the table. It wasn't to flaunt on the internet. Instead, he remembered what great-grandfather Fang had told him before about taking some photos of the food here. Great-grandfather Fang wanted to know that Fang Zhao was eating well here. When he got internet access, Fang Zhao would send these to great-grandfather Fang. Ji Polan came over to suck up to Fang Zhao. Brother Zhao, let's take a photo together. The others all squeezed over as well. Take a photo together. The 8 of them took a group photograph together. Fang Zhao could not help but flash a grandfatherly smile toward the camera. In the following few days, Fang Zhao had lunch at the large dining hall. Then, in the late afternoon, when learning assignments were done, he headed to the gourmet food street to seek memories from the old era. Many of the staff, shop attendants, and chefs at the dining hall and food street were family members of military personnel. Some of them also chased stars and had been very excited to see the celebrities at the start. Here, it was really a resplendent area full of stars, an ensemble of heroes. Those who saw it especially wanted to brag online. 45 film emperors and empresses filming together, have you ever seen this? I have. 8 top-rated film stars having hot pot together, have you ever seen this before? I have. Superstars, famous megastars, we have them all here, ha ha ha. Here, shop attendants and staffers that were content with their lot just set their heads down and continue working without saying much. Other staffers that had higher EQs were more astute and knew what they could say and what they could do. Unsettled people who thought themselves to be shrewd would not even be posted here. Therefore, there were no leaked images that sullied celebrities. Any photographs would only be taken after getting approval from the celebrities. However, circumstances changed very quickly. An example was the staffers at the dining hall. When they first saw the stars, they went, "Ah ah ah ah. Superstar, how are you? Can I get an autograph?" A day later, "Please wait for a bit, everyone. Your food will be ready shortly. Can I get a photograph of us all together? I'm so excited." Yet another day later, "Oh, you are here." Yet another day later, queue up, queue up. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you." In less than a week, the employees of the dining hall had changed their attitudes toward these stars in the showbiz circles from precious creatures to common as dogs. Nowadays, when the dining hall employees saw these celebrities, their hearts would not even skip a beat. In these few days, a small group had formed beside Fang Zhao. Sometimes they would have meals together. Silver Wing's faction was divided into two groups. The first group had He Lizi as the head, whereas Fang Zhao was the core of the second group. The former group was mostly first-rate actors and a few other old actors. The latter group was mainly made up of second- and third-rate young actors. There were many similar small groups like theirs, and large groups also formed very quickly. Founding Era was a huge project. It was huge because it consisted of 11 chapters. There had been 11 great generals during the founding era, and each of these 11 chapters had one of these 11 leads as its core. Every chapter would have a director executing it. The Yenzhou chapter was helmed by a director named Bai Duan, who had worldwide acclaim. Roman was rarely seen, but Fang Zhao saw Bai Duan every day. Some of Fang Zhao's daily tasks were set by Bai Duan. Given the special nature of Yenzhou, although he wasn't playing a lead role, Fang Zhao's role was still especially important at the start. Therefore, Bai Duan frequently looked for Fang Zhao and gave him lots of tasks before filming officially began. The living quarters were some distance away from the filming location. Every day, at allocated time intervals, there was a shuttle transport service to ferry the cast and crew. These weren't the public transports that were commonly seen everywhere in the new era. Instead, these were specially modified and lengthened transport vehicles from the base. These vehicles could shield from the wind and rain and were bulletproof and resistant to explosions. Even if hailstones the size of fists were to come crashing down in torrential weather, the people inside would not be hurt. Of course, even though the environment here was considered vile, it was not that extreme. The cast and crew were here to film a show, not to play a survival challenge. Today, Fang Zhao had taken the morning transport headed for the filming location. He had a few places to visit today. Director Bai wanted him to understand more about Fang Zhao's working environment back then. When Fang Zhao arrived at his destination, Director Bai was instructing some men to move equipment. Spotting Fang Zhao, Director Bai called out to someone, "You. Bring Fang Zhao to film set Y71. G. Poland made his way over. Director Bai, let me go. I know where film set Y71 is. Director Bai did not seem to mind and waved his hands, indicating to hurry up and bring Fang Zhao over. G. Poland spoke as he led Fang Zhao toward film studio Y71. I was just familiarizing myself at film set Y70 yesterday. Y71 is just beside it, so I remember it quite well. On the way, the two ran into other Silver Wing actors that had gotten close to Fang Zhao. Since they had no pressing matters, they tagged along for a look-see. There were others present when Fang Zhao arrived on film set Y71. He Lizi was there too, in the middle of a conversation with another middle-aged actor. Fang Zhao did not go over to disturb He Lizi and instead took measure of the film set. This was a meeting room, similar to the backdrop of the first scene in the audition, but it was even closer to the real historical scene. Clearly, whoever had set this up had referenced historical resources to reconstruct it. Even the scratches on the table were very similar to historical videos that had been preserved from then. Fang Zhao went over to the head of the table and walked alongside it. He brushed his fingers across the tabletop, feeling the uneven and bumpy scratches on it. He kept walking forward till he reached a very plain-looking chair placed near the front. At present, the brilliant lights and vibrant colors of a new era city had all become dull. Many memories were being awoken in his mind. The world that revolved around blood, fire, dust, and ash had become very distinct once again. The lighting indoors wasn't sufficient, and the supplementary lights had not been turned on. When He Lizi spotted Fang Zhao, he opened his mouth and prepared to remind Fang Zhao not to touch things carelessly. At the side, a young actor's elbow accidentally bumped into a metal cup. The metal cup tumbled to the floor, creating a clanking sound. As if sensing something, that actor looked over and met Fang Zhao's gaze. In that instant, the young actor felt all the blood in his entire body freeze. That penetrating gaze was ice cold and seemed so realistic, as if sharpened hunting knives had been hurled over. That sort of immense bone-crushing pressure seemingly reeking of blood seemed to emanate all around, making it difficult for one to breathe. Fang Zhao's attitude after stepping into the film set had been easygoing. Nobody in this room had made any mental preparation, and with the sudden change of pace, everyone was stunned simultaneously. The entirety of film set Y71 was silent. The sound of director by shouting came from outside. Fang Zhao. Is Fang Zhao here? Following the shout, the freezing atmosphere in the room dissipated in a flash, as if the previous scene had never happened. Fang Zhao responded and flashed an apologetic smile to everyone in the room before leaving. He had been a little caught up in his memories. He had not restrained his gaze and had scared that bunch of kids. Only after Fang Zhao left did the person who had knocked over the cup feel his blood slowly warm back up. His heart was pounding, and he felt as if he had escaped death by the skin of his teeth. This was the first time he had ever felt like this. Even when the transport ship traveling here had experienced an anomaly, he had not trembled to this extent. Other actors in the room could not help themselves, and they spoke out. "Oh my God! Did you see his expression just now? My skin was tingling. I felt my legs going a little soft. Scary. You even said yesterday that this brother is rather friendly. How is he friendly?" The one who had been denounced defended himself. "Normally he is indeed very amiable. Who knew that he would become like this while acting? I finally understand how he was able to snag that important role and why I got a role that will only last one season. We are simply on a different level. That manner just now was awesome. I was caught off guard and shocked. If I was acting alongside him, I would have forgotten my lines. I thought the way his imposing manner was written in the script was just an exaggeration. I have gained knowledge and experience. No wonder everyone was striving so hard to get into such a high-grade cast. Wow! Everyone is an expert. Fang Zhao did not even have makeup on. If he had been wearing makeup, wouldn't he have had an aura like that of a great person? Fang Zhao definitely wouldn't lose to those old seniors in the showbiz circles if he went head-to-head with them like this. At the side, he lazy pursed his lips. He had forgotten what he'd wanted to say. Taking a deep breath, he replayed that scene once more in his mind. The sort of imposing manner that Fang Zhao had portrayed seemed as if it was an inherent ability he could release and retract freely. If it had been he lazy acting instead, he might not necessarily have been able to achieve that degree. No, it wasn't a might, he could not do it. No wonder Roman had recommended Fang Zhao so profusely. No wonder over 20 members of the Committee of 100 had voted for Fang Zhao. This youngster had hidden it really deep. As he lazy thought about having to spend a period of time acting with Fang Zhao, he felt an immense pressure. After regaining his senses, G. Polan violently sucked in air. SSSSS, he wasn't able to share his own thoughts before someone beside him lamented. I just realized that the thigh we are hugging is really thick. G. Polan nodded his head in agreement and made a staunch resolution to hug this golden thigh even tighter. Turning and guardedly glancing around at the other young actors, G. Polan moved his legs and ran in the direction Fang Zhao had left in. Seeing the situation, the others also hurriedly chased after him. If they were hugging a thigh, they had to hug it really tightly. What would they do if they lost it? Outside, Director Bai was giving Fang Zhao some additional tasks. These would be of use for the filming. Not too far off, there were some people taking note of what was going on over here. That guy is Fang Zhao. Right, that's the one. I feel that he looks ordinary, and there really isn't anything special about him. How was he able to force aside a bunch of old actors to snatch such an important role? Who knows? Probably a powerful backer. I don't believe that he doesn't have anyone behind him. There really isn't. I heard someone say last time that Fang Zhao's family even came out to clarify. After Director Bai had spoken to Fang Zhao, he went to look for other actors. Ji Polan and the others hurriedly gathered over. Brother Zhao, are you free? I have a question I wish to consult with you about regarding acting. Fang Zhao was just about to respond when he saw a silhouette out of the corner of his eyes and turned around. That person was clad in a military uniform with the Y emblem. Fang Zhao had seen this person on Y base before, and this person was clearly coming toward him. Wait a moment, Fang Zhao told Ji Polan and the others. No worries, no worries. Brother Zhao, go ahead, we can wait, replied Ji Polan and the others without delay. Their gazes also followed Fang Zhao's as they looked over at the person and noticed he was a major. As the military personnel was walking over, his face remained expressionless. As the filming had not yet officially started, the filming location had not been closed off yet. From time to time, soldiers would enter the interior of the sets. However, previously, they had been helping to deliver goods or equipment. Coming straight to look for a certain actor was a rare sight. When the major saw Fang Zhao, he saluted first. Fang Zhao returned the salute. Seeing this scene, someone whispered to the person beside him. What is going on? I have no idea. I'm just curious. That major appeared so cold a while ago, but now he is smiling as though he has just seen his own biological brother. That Fang Zhao seems like he really has some influence. Ji Polan and the others stared without blinking and only saw the major speaking to Fang Zhao before handing Fang Zhao a military-use communications device. After Fang Zhao received it, he informed Director Bai. Director Bai had no objections and nodded his head in approval. As they watched Fang Zhao walk away, a young actor beside Ji Polan rubbed his chin while looking pensive. Why do I feel that the thigh we are hugging just got even thicker? Fang Zhao walked over to an empty resting room and answered the comms. Y Base's commanding officer Hui Yi chuckled. Huh, long time no see, Fang Zhao. What is being in the cast like? Are you anxious? Filming hasn't officially started, so I'm fine. Anything the matter? Fang Zhao did not believe that such a high-ranked and busy person like Hui Yi would personally contact him just for some idle chat. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Y Base. Zhuyu was shaking as he gestured at the squad of armed soldiers obstructing a doorway. Despicable. Shameless. To even steal a dog. The soldiers obstructing the doorway put on stony expressions. We aren't listening so we won't return it. Looking back on that day, the captain of the freight vessel had inspected the various cargo holding bays with curly hair in tow and yielded some results. Not a whole lot, but some. After all, the screening equipment and the elite dogs from the police K9 unit weren't mere window dressing. Curly hair had just caught what they missed. When they returned to Y, the captain of the ship couldn't bear parting with curly hair as Yen Biao and Zhuyu prepared to take him to his owner, so he reported the matter to his superiors. Port security was a major priority for Hui Yi. Planet Y's fortunes were on the rise. It was on a development spree. If anything went wrong, it could spell disaster. So once he got word, he ordered them, tell Fang Zhao's 2 bodyguards we need to complete customs clearance for the dog. Stall them. Don't let them take the dog away. The captain of the freight ship felt that wasn't sufficient grounds. What if they disagree? What say do they have? Then detain them. They aren't the dog's bodyguards. I'll take the matter up with the dog's owner, Hui Yi responded. The captain felt reassured. Commander, no matter what, you must keep the dog. It's so much more effective than the screening equipment at the spaceport. Who knows how long the founding era shoot will take. My ship will be transporting a lot of stuff for the cast and crew. There are also other ships. Our military budget doesn't rival Baiji's. Even though we received a new batch of screening machines, it's still no guarantee. We should follow the MO of spaceports on the home planet, screening equipment and sniffer dogs. Didn't you ask Muzhou's Police Canine Academy for dogs? We should get them this year, no? Yes. I'll tell them it's urgent. We should be getting 9 dogs. The captain was delighted by the news. Even though other dogs might not be as competent as Curly Hair, they would still make a difference. He was always filled with envy when he watched the canine units in action at the spaceports on Earth. Machines were simply machines, and police dogs were police dogs. The dogs over at the Muzhou Police Canine Academy were always in demand. The captain was curious. That many? They're that generous? Didn't we have trouble getting 5 from them in the past? It's because the Founding Era project carries quite a bit of clout. That's why the Canine Academy is being unusually generous. Hua Yi had put in a request with the Muzhou Police Dog Academy 5 years ago. Back then, Planet Y had been the boondocks. Their security screening equipment had been quite outdated, mostly hand-me-downs from planets ranked higher in the development order. If they couldn't afford screening equipment, Hua Yi figured, at least they could afford to raise dogs. But it turned out that the dogs at the Muzhou Police Canine Academy weren't cheap either. The main problem was that Hua Yi hadn't acted quickly enough. Every time a quality pup was available, it was reserved right away. Planet Y had to get in line. Now that Y's development prospects had improved, Hua Yi felt he was on more solid ground. After complaining of insufficient funding and leveraging the clout of the Founding Era shoot, he had managed to get his dogs. And today, he heard about Curly Hair. He wanted to draft Curly Hair as well. It was just a dog, he figured. All he had to do was offer Fang Zhao something in return. But after figuring out Curly Hair's market value through a quick internet search and reading the relevant news items, Hua Yi cringed. He knew there was no way they would land Curly Hair. That said, Hua Yi still probed Fang Zhao when Hua Yi got him on the line. After confirming that a sale was out of the question, Hua Yi tried a different strategy. I'm thinking the reason you had the dog brought here is because you didn't want to leave such a precious dog at home. But frankly, Y and the film studio complex aren't much better. It's a mixed crowd these days. Who knows, your dog may be marked soon. He's better off at our base. There will be pups from the Muzhou Police Dog Academy to keep him company. The academy is also going to send a trainer and a breeder. They will take good care of your dog. I've set aside land for the dogs, quite a sizable plot. We don't have much to write home about here on Y, but we sure as hell have plenty of land. Fang Zhao remained silent. He knew Hua Yi wasn't finished yet. Lo and behold, Hua Yi continued. Let Curly Hair serve at our base. He can do whatever he wants most of the time. All he has to do is take a stroll through the inbound freight vessels. This is a good thing for the dog. Dogs who have performed military service are entitled to government benefits down the road. Even though you're not exactly short on cash, this is an honor of sorts, no? By the time he heads back to Earth with you, he'll be entitled to preferential treatment at all sorts of places. Fang Zhao demanded to see a live feed of Curly Hair. Hua Yi knew he was still in business when Fang Zhao didn't reject his proposal outright. No problem. Let me show you. That little fella is having a great time, he said in an upbeat voice. And Hua Yi wasn't lying. After their call was switched to a video conference, Fang Zhao saw Curly Hair, who was already in uniform. Curly Hair's outfit was printed with the logo for the Y military base, and he seemed to be enjoying himself. The uniform Curly Hair was wearing was actually intended for the pups from the Muzhou Police Dog Academy, but Curly Hair was a small dog, so the outfit was a good match. Don't worry. We're only going to use him to detect drugs and smuggled goods and the like. He'll be in a safe environment. We won't use him for dangerous military missions, Hua Yi added. The fact that Hua Yi had made the call in person meant that the Y base took the matter seriously, that it had been carefully thought out and was not a spontaneous request. Let me come over after I finish up tonight. We'll talk then, Fang Zhao said. No problem. I'll give your production crew a heads up. After completing the tasks Director Bai had assigned to him this day, Fang Zhao skipped the routine trip to Restaurant Row with G. Polan and company, boarding a flying transport bound for the Y military base instead. A quick look at Curly Hair revealed that the dog was in good health and spirits. Fang Zhao knew then that Curly Hair was okay with serving on the military base. The folks at the base thought that Curly Hair couldn't understand what was being said, but in fact, Curly Hair had understood everything. If he was upset, he would have started making a fuss a long time ago. How could he have possibly sat still without Yen Biao and Zuiyu in his line of sight? Fang Zhao also checked out the play area Hua Yi said he had set up for the dogs. It was quite big, not a whole lot smaller than Dongshan Farm. Much of the training equipment had already been installed. Curly Hair went nuts when he got there, making his rounds through each piece of equipment. Fang Zhao also met the breeder. He was from Muzhou and a clear dog lover. He seemed like a decent chap. Come to think of it, the dogs were a top priority for Hua Yi. The 9 pups from the Muzhou Police K9 Academy were still due to arrive. Even if this breeder didn't cut it, there would be the trainer and breeder from Muzhou. Curly Hair dashed toward Fang Zhao enthusiastically. Fang Zhao asked, "So, you want to serve here?" "Woof." Curly Hair barked with gusto. Fang Zhao stared at Curly Hair silently and waited until Curly Hair stopped wagging his tail before saying, "Okay." Fang Zhao negotiated the terms of Curly Hair's service with Hua Yi before leaving. Hua Yi headed back to base a happy man. Fang Zhao would be quite busy with his shoot. Once filming started, he wouldn't be able to get away that easily. Still, he would ask Yen Biao and Zuiyu to check up on Curly Hair from time to time, have the breeder brief them on Curly Hair's latest. Naturally, Hua Yi was too busy to deal with these day-to-day tasks. His job was done when he successfully drafted Curly Hair into service. The breeder would handle the formalities that remained. He would brief Fang Zhao on Curly Hair's condition. Starting from the day after tomorrow, Curly Hair would start serving in the Y military base until Fang Zhao completed his shoot. As for today, Fang Zhao instructed Yen Biao and Zuiyu to take Curly Hair back to the film studio complex. They would deliver him to base the day after tomorrow. After completing negotiations with Fang Zhao, Hua Yi put in a call to Muzhou asking the police dog academy to send their pups ASAP. The training grounds for the pups had been set up and their trainers had been selected. The trainers had already completed a year of training. The only missing piece was the dogs. Hua Yi threw in a mention of Curly Hair to rile the folks in Muzhou a bit. Muzhou natives always prided themselves in producing the best dogs on the planet, and the Muzhou Police K9 Academy was widely regarded as the best dog breeder in the world. It had long considered itself the industry leader. Until Muzhou's sheep-herding competitions had had to change their rules thanks to a dog from Yenzhou. At Muzhou's Police Dog Academy. Who? Did you just say that dog is on Planet Y? One of the senior officials at the police dog school did a double take, wondering if he had misheard the previous comment. Curly Hair. You know, Fang Zhao's dog. The Y military base took a liking to him. Word has it Commander Hua Yi called Fang Zhao in person with an offer, but Fang Zhao rejected it, a dog trainer responded. Duh. You'd have to be brain dead to give up that dog. The official pondered the matter some more and instructed, tell the folks on Y to keep a close eye on our dogs. Elite police dogs can draw quite a few enemies after being in the field for some time. They need to be protected and shielded from the public eye. He eyed the 9 pups prepared for Y. Let's replace these 3 with 3 from Class 1. The trainer balked at the decision. Huh. There are only 7 pups in Class 1. Didn't you want to save them for us? The dogs at the police dog academy were also ranked. The pups from Class 1 were the cream of the crop. Stop it. We have plenty of top dogs in Muzhou. There will be more in the pipeline. Let's send Y this batch. The official glanced at the pups bound for Planet Y. Be on your best behavior. Don't lose to that dog from Yenzhou. At Y Film Studio Complex. Fang Zhao headed straight back to the set, while Zuiyu and Yen Biao retrieved curly hair. Their flying transport landed near the film studio complex. There was already a car waiting. The driver was an old comrade of Yen Biao's who worked at the film studio complex. He had rented the car from the Y military base. Such rentals were quite common, so their car didn't stand out. A shadow emerged from a dark corner after Zuiyu and company sped away in their car. The person returned to the film studio complex as well. The stalker was an entertainment journalist who had infiltrated the film studio compound. He hadn't landed any scoops of late. News was hard to come by at the film studio complex. All the big stars were on the set of Founding Era, which the entertainment press corps had failed to penetrate, so tonight he had decided to try his luck near the film studios. Lo and behold, he had managed to shoot something. The entertainment journalist returned to the room he had rented after arriving at the film studio complex. 2 of his colleagues were waiting. From the look on your face, you got something, didn't you? What did you get? Which celebrity? Wow, you'll never guess. The man pulled up the footage he had shot on his camera. Aren't these 2 guys Fang Zhao's bodyguards? Entertainment journalists memorized the identities of all the folks who worked for the stars, agents, assistants, bodyguards, and the like. Even if they couldn't, they kept the information on file. Fang Zhao's entourage had been thoroughly researched by entertainment journalists around the world because he had been cast as the male lead in Founding Era. The other colleague figured out the real focus of the pictures. Wait, isn't that the dog worth some 200 million? Shouldn't Fang Zhao be shooting now? How come he had his bodyguards bring his dog? How would I know? The journalist paused the footage he had shot and pointed to a spot on the screen. The Y military base was responsible for their transportation. Check out the flying transport. It's emblazoned with the base logo. The journalists were going to screen capture a few still photos out of the video. Even if they failed to shoot any celebrities, this dog was news. Let's brainstorm how to spin a story with these few pictures that draws the most readers. Should we make a connection to Fang Zhao's family history? The dog is a hot topic. It's worth 200 million, one of the top-ranked dogs on the global list. As for the truth, did it matter? They were pros at extrapolating stories out of photos. Wait, hold on. The journalist glued to the screen brainstorming a storyline blurted, it looks like Fang Zhao's bodyguard spotted you. Here, they threw you a glance. Don't worry. We're fine as long as we're not marked by the military. All I did was shoot a dog. What, are they gonna arrest me? The doorbell rang. The 3 journalists were jolted to their senses and glanced at their door with alarm. The leader of the group gestured, and one of the other journalists turned on their surveillance footage. Sir, your takeout is here. The man standing at the door was wearing a hotel uniform. He was a familiar face. He flashed his pristine white teeth while staring at the camera. The 3 men relaxed. They ordered takeout all the time. The film studio complex was off-limits to drones, so all takeout deliveries were made in person. It's my dinner. Scared the hell out of me. I'm going to start writing after I eat. We'll file the story tonight. When they opened their door, they found about a dozen dark gun barrels pointed in their direction. The trio. A group of armed soldiers stormed into the room. In the span of a few breaths, they had canvassed the entire room and confiscated the journalists' cameras and storage devices. "Take them away." The squadron retreated. The three entertainment journalists didn't have time for so much as a grunt. The film studio complex had a lively nightlife, so word of the arrest spread quickly. Barring major infractions, the military typically ignored what went down within the confines of the film studios. Journalists were generally free to roam around all day, then sneak out at night and find sanctuary outside the army's jurisdiction. As long as nothing major happened, only fines were imposed when reporters were caught. This was their first time venturing into the complex to make arrests. When they figured out who had been arrested, the other journalists based in the film studio compound started wondering what exactly their seized colleagues had managed to shoot. Judging from the response, it's gotta be something pertaining to military secrets. Isn't that a death wish? Why not stick to celebrities? Why shoot the military? You want to cut your life short? The arrested journalists were downright baffled. All we did today was shoot King Dog. Another spot in the film studio complex. Zhuyu glanced in the direction of the commotion, then turned to tell Yen Biao, "When I was still with Special Forces, someone told me about an ace dog bred by the Muzhou Police Canine Academy. It had completed many missions at various ports and made some major busts, which earned it a first-class merit medal. You know how much weight a first-class medal carries. You don't get one without a major contribution." Yen Biao remained silent. Even though he had been part of a different branch of the military, he knew how rare first-class medals were. Few humans were awarded them, let alone dogs. The dog had been a bona fide ace. Back then, the Muzhou Police Dog Academy was quite high profile and very cocky. They bragged about their ace dog many times. There was extensive news coverage. Eventually, it became a target after all its achievements. Someone placed a $20 million bounty on its head. The officer in charge of the dog got mighty worried and assigned 20 officers to guard it around the clock, but the dog was still assassinated during a mission. After that, the Police Dog Academy took a different approach. They became very protective of these elite dogs that were as effective as high-tech robots, and they limited media coverage. Such memories got Zhuyu worried. Port work is still quite dangerous. Does boss really have no qualms about it taking on these security screening assignments? Yen Biao spread his hands. Boss said it was Curly Hair's own call. This is an ideal situation. Boss is shooting on and Curly Hair is serving in the military base. The two of us can keep dicking around. Curly Hair was fast asleep in his kennel, belly up and snoring. After settling the matter with Curly Hair, the cast and crew officially began filming. Once filming officially started, the pace of everyone in the cast and crew became very hectic. Many people had been thinking they were already very busy during the previous preparations. Never had they expected that after filming officially started, there wouldn't even be time to visit the food street. Not just the gourmet food street, even the number of people visiting the large dining hall saw a large decline. Most of the time, people from the dining hall would send food over instead. The next time they would be able to properly sit down and have a meal would probably be when their own scenes had all been completed. 11 chapters would all be filmed simultaneously. There were 11 filming teams, and nobody wanted to lag behind. Being conscious of competition was one thing, besides that, the head director was still shooting dark looks as he watched from the back. Nobody dared to slack off. Before filming had begun, Roman had seemed rather easygoing and had even joked and giggled with actors, but when he became serious, Roman was actually very scary, and he became the devil incarnate. Roman wished that he could bring along a whip while keeping an eye on each team. Whichever team's pace was slowest would receive a lashing. Of course, he didn't really go to the extent of using a whip, but when Roman scolded someone, he would not give any face. Regardless of whether they were top-rate or first-rate actors or directors or assistant directors of the filming teams, if anyone's mistake was caught by Roman, they would receive a scolding all the same. The scolding was so great that one would start to doubt his own existence. For these actors, the most relaxing time was probably the 2 hours of precious online access time they got every 7 days. Under most circumstances, these 2 hours were leisure time given by the production team to everyone, and these 2 hours were the most relaxing period every 7 days. Everyone's mind and body would be even more relaxed at this time, because they were able to seek some solace on the internet and find ways to vent. Whether it was chatting up someone or browsing online news headlines, compared to filming, it was much more relaxing. Every week, when it came to that time, the internet would be abuzz. Every big-name actor as well as the team behind them would hurry to seize the headlines. When it wasn't the cast and crew's internet access time, other media outlets would hurry and push out other news. When it came to those 2 hours each week, everything else was insignificant. These 2 hours were termed by people as founding era time. Fans of every actor would count down the days of the week till these 2 hours. There was no need for additional publicity, nor was there any need for advertisements. When the time came, it automatically became founding era time. Every time it reached this point, every website and every social platform's hit counter seemed to sprout rockets attached as they shot straight upward. Celebrities and some other staff in the cast and crew would save up a week's worth of photos and videos and take the opportunity during this time to flaunt them. Everybody in the cast and crew was handed a set of guidelines, which explicitly stated what could and could not be posted. The matter of the 3 entertainment reporters at the film studio complex that had been visited by soldiers had also circulated among the cast and crew here. Roman had intentionally released this information so as to beat some sense into people who were getting restless. Don't go thinking you are too smart and try something funny. If you did not abide by the regulations of the production team and wanted to put out content that wasn't allowed, Roman would say this: go ahead and release it. If you can get it out, I'll accept the loss. Do you really think that nobody monitors the internet? When the military comes knocking on your door, don't come looking for me. You can help yourself out the door. On an online interactive platform, a third-rate actor updated their status. Received my bento box, photograph. The accompanying image was a photograph of a bento box. The dishes appeared very tantalizing, attracting a lot of views and making people's mouths water just looking at it. In the comments section below, lots of fans who did not know the truth were laughing and joking. The cast and crew's food doesn't seem bad at all. There is sufficient food too. Previously, I heard that the filming conditions are really arduous. Seeing you guys eating well makes me feel reassured. If you look closely, there are 8 dishes, including fruits and a beverage. How luxurious. Most importantly, I actually see 6 dishes that I have never eaten before. Those are probably Planet Y specialties, right? I have never had such a sumptuous lunch box banquet before. I'm so jealous. I want one portion of this lunch box too. But very quickly, another actor who was on good terms with the one who posted the picture posted, "Take care my brother, Candle. I can still persevere for a few more days." Another actor from the same continent also joined in the fun, "Candle, you guys go on first. I will follow after in a bit." Following that, there were other actors who also replied to this post. Fans were puzzled. Observing their posts, I feel like something isn't right. Is there some sort of hidden meaning here? Some people also went over to the official, Founding Era, account to make inquiries. Founding Era officially released a status explaining the special significance of this bento box. The large dining hall would prepare a sumptuous bento box for cast that had finished filming all their scenes in the serial. Seeing this, fans hurried over to their own idols' accounts and followed them in lighting candles. This also interested the average netizen. Whenever any actor's new status update was an exquisite, tantalizing, and filling bento box, they would head over to light candles. A long line of candles would appear in the comments section below. Finished filming so quickly? Candle. We still have no idea when we will get to see it. When exactly is this serial going to be broadcast? So excited. Candle. Just finished my game, does this mean that this character in the serial is dead? Candle. Take care, Candle. Candle. Saw quite a number of similar statuses today. The Founding Era production team seems to be distributing these bento sets at a rather high frequency. There are so many stars from all 12 continents, of course there are a lot of bento boxes. Although the frequency of bento boxes and candles had a sort of inauspicious feel, the majority of online audiences found it amusing. This merriment only occurred once per week, so naturally, netizens wanted to have fun to their heart's content, and they had fun with their anticipation for Founding Era, and tried to guess for which episode their idols would receive the bento box. While fans were having a lot of fun, actors in the crew were suffering. Filming intensity was high. For some actors that had decades of experience, this wasn't considered much, as they were used to it, but when weather conditions were not good and filming still continued, that was when it became somewhat unbearable. Just yesterday, there had been an abrupt change in the weather and it had started hailing. Everyone thought that outdoor filming would be halted and they would be able to take a break. However, Roman had been especially delighted. Faster, faster, faster. Hurry. These are favorable conditions at the right time. Every group, make your adjustments. Start filming whichever scenes are appropriate here. The hailstones weren't considered very big and would not cause injuries when they struck bodies, but it would still hurt. Because the lead director was watching attentively from the side, the actors could only clench their teeth and soldier on. There was also a medical team on standby at the side. After the scenes were shot, they would provide a checkup, medicine, and injections to ensure the actors did not fall sick. Roman controlled this well and would not let the actors get caught up in any life-threatening situations. They had to suffer hardship and wouldn't fall sick, but their bodies and hearts were extremely tired. The actors felt as though they were being tortured. They recalled the start where the instructors and coaches had told them to eat more. Now, they felt that they had eaten too little, as they often felt very hungry during filming and they were quite tired, yet they had no appetites. An actor from Muzhou scoffed in private. Simply treating humans as beasts of burden. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, in order to not keep up the pace of filming, these actors still had to perform nonetheless. Even extremely pretentious superstars that had brought along a whole entourage when filming in the past had to follow the production team's demands and force themselves to adapt. What else could they do? Anyone that was sent back would lose all face. Furthermore, they weren't stupid. Who was even willing to give up such a chance? As long as they were able to endure it, the gains would be even greater than in their wildest dreams. Every business-minded company had already warned their own artists that if anyone courted disaster or caused trouble and affected the production team's filming, without even a word from the production team, the company would go ahead and remove this stain to prevent the matter from involving the company's other artists. But after 2 months of filming, there were still some experienced and big-name film stars who were unable to bear it and made suggestions to the director. Technology had developed so rapidly. In the past, when they had shot films with similar scenes, all of them had been done with special effects. All they had needed to do was act indoors. As long as their acting skills were up to scratch, with technology supplementing it, the results had been good, and they had won awards for such scenes. It had always been this way. Now, it was fine if they were to shoot at physical sets. It wasn't like they have never filmed at such sets before, but now, some scenes needed to be shot when the weather was nasty. This wasn't right. Obviously this could be avoided, but did insisting on filming on a real set at this time and with such weather mean that their technology was on the decline? Thus, they banded up, wanting to fight for some benefits and hoping to avoid these sorts of situations. These scenes could still be shot on the same set. What need was there to suffer so much? After that, they received a merciless rejection from Roman. Act if you want to act. Scram if you don't. Didn't actors back in times when technology hadn't been so advanced act all the same? If you want to act as a heroic character yet are unable to even take 1% of their hardship, you will never be able to understand the situation back then. You will never be able to act profoundly and you will never be able to interpret the script perfectly. Nothing else will be able to save you from acting skills that aren't even comparable to a newcomer's. Nothing else will be able to save you from acting skills that aren't even comparable to a newcomer's. Acting skills that aren't even comparable to a newcomer's. These film emperors and empresses with countless awards felt as if their chests had been stabbed by a few knives. As for the newcomer he spoke about, who else could it be? Fang Zhao. Everyone knew that Fang Zhao was the newcomer actor that Roman had recommended and also the only actor under 30 that shouldered a full important role in Founding Era. When weather conditions were poor, if Roman said to film, Fang Zhao never had any objections and did as he was told. Most importantly, there were no issues with his acting skills. Everyone could see that he was indeed very suitable for this role and acted well. At the same time, Fang Zhao was the only person who, in the 2 months of filming, had never used a body double. Whether it was acting or doing stunts, Fang Zhao handled them himself. Because the body doubles and stunt teams were not able to perform as well as Fang Zhao, director Roman, who was always in pursuit of the perfect film, had said one line right away, Fang Zhao, do it yourself. In the eyes of the cast and crew, Fang Zhao was someone who dared to fight and strive. From a director's viewpoint, there were no complaints. He was excellent and had obtained the acknowledgement of many older seniors within the circles. But acknowledgement was just that. Every time Roman brought out Fang Zhao's name to strike others, who could bear that? Take a look at Fang Zhao. That was Roman's most common phrase. This time, they had been a little stubborn and raised a suggestion but had gotten Roman's line of, nothing else will be able to save you from acting skills that aren't even comparable to a newcomer's. Even their hearts felt weary hearing this. It had to be said that Roman's ability to draw enmity to Fang Zhao within the cast and crew was top-notch, so much so that whenever Fang Zhao went to the dining hall to eat, he always received many faint gazes. Over at Zero's end, he had not yet started filming his scenes. Now he was undergoing a training period and was practicing his acting skills every day. But he was listless. Zero had not even finished his second training class of the day, yet he had returned from the washroom 7 times. His whole body was limp from having the runs. Having taken some medicine his agent had just bought for him, Zero felt a little better. However, his spirits had not yet returned when he raised his head and saw Barbara. She was even holding a fan in her hand. Barbara's scenes had not started either, and she was also having training lessons during this period. Zero checked the outdoor temperature. It was -7 degrees Celsius. Although there was a heater indoors, he wasn't hot either. Who would head outdoors at such low temperatures and carry a fan? Zero stared at Barbara as if she was a lunatic. Barbara slanted her eyes and looked toward Zero as if she was looking at a heap of trash. I heard you are not acclimating well. I'm well. Which part of me isn't acclimating well? Zero retorted immediately. Your weak stomach and intestines. Barbara sneered as she looked on disdainfully. Useless person. Barbara might look pretentious most of the time and always have the poise of a noble, but her constitution was really strong and she had inherited the Localina royal bloodline. Members of the Localina clan might appear feeble, but in actuality, they had freakishly strong constitutions. Barbara also looked down on Zero's resources. Barbara's evaluation of Zero as trash made him stomp his feet in anger. Turning his head to his agent, he uttered, "Go bring me a 40-meter great sword. I will duke it out with her." Zero's agent hurriedly held on to Zero and whispered, "Senior Master, let's not bicker with her. It's better to study the script. After you have strived so hard and filmed it, when the time comes for it to be broadcast, the governor will watch it. Old Master will surely watch it too." When his agent mentioned the governor, Zero did not think much about it, but when he mentioned Old Master, Zero's entire body clenched up. After considering this in his heart, Zero raised his hand and pointed at Barbara twice. "Just you wait." Afterward, he turned around and left quickly together with his agent. "How do you feel after taking the medicine?" Zero's agent was anxious. He was doubling as Zero's assistant now and had to manage Zero's clothing, food, transport, and housing. For the sake of his high salary, he could not let anything happen to Zero. Zero's vitality had returned after taking the medicine. Hearing his agent's question, Zero thought about it seriously and replied, "I feel much better now. I reckon that all the toxins in my body have probably been eliminated." Zero's agent: "No, you were sick because you ate wantonly. The reason you can hop around happily is because I went to buy medicine." Puzzled, Zero asked, "Hey, are there any methods that can rapidly improve my acting abilities? I feel like my acting isn't bad right now, why does the coach still want me to improve it?" Zero's agent stared at Zero blankly for a few seconds. Governor Renault had pulled some strings to get Zero this role that would not appear until the second season. This sort of arrangement had been done so that Zero would have ample time to polish his limited acting ability. For past serials and movies that Zero had invested in himself, with a little difficulty, his acting could still be watchable. This was because the other actors did not act very seriously and everything had been done to magnify Zero's stronger aspects in his role as the main character. However, in the Founding Era serial, compared to others, Zero was still a long way off. His acting was so awkward that even his agent was ashamed. After pondering seriously, Zero's agent said, "How about you look for Fang Zhao and ask for some advice? He will surely have some ideas. Luckily, we have collaborated a few times with him before, so he wouldn't be a stranger." Zero fumed. "Don't mention Fang Zhao to me. Looks? Figure? Family background? Qualifications? Reputation? In what way am I inferior to him?" Zero's agent: "I actually have no idea how to respond. Whatever I say will be wrong." Zero was still brooding about not having gotten a role with more screen time. "I won't seek him out even if it kills me." As the days passed, the number of people who had finished filming all their scenes increased, but very few people left the cast and crew. They only left if they had important matters or other arrangements to attend to. During free time, one actor asked another, "When are you going to receive your bento box?" The one who was asked stared at the sky in frustration. Given the pace of filming, probably in 2 days. The person in front patted the other's shoulder. "You can do it. What about you?" "Me? Huh, my bento box is already cold." "When did you receive it? When are you leaving?" "I'm not leaving, I still have to stay here and study." What a good learning opportunity. Those who had finished filming all their scenes were not willing to leave. They felt that leaving early was losing face. They could stay on for a period by paying for their own food and lodging. To put it nicely, this was termed retained cast studies. Of course, there were indeed many benefits, and there was a lot to be learned. These people that stayed behind at their own expense provided manual labor, moving stuff and carrying equipment, and they were also on standby. Perhaps if they were lucky, they would be pulled into an extra role and have a few minutes of screen time. Even if the makeup for these extra roles was so thick that they couldn't recognize themselves, they felt satisfied anyway. These people were more than delighted to work and fork out their own money. The companies behind them were also supportive and would reimburse part of their expenses. Generous companies directly covered all their expenses. Only by staying on with the cast and crew could they continue riding on the large ship that was Founding Era. Whether it was the actor's own value or the company's commercial benefits, staying on was the best option. The production team never chased anyone away. Many actors that were able to get into the cast were capable. They could act as old people or pretend to be young and could even portray a different gender. Fang Zhao's filming went smoothly, and there were no situations where he released his full imposing aura. He was here to act, not to crush people with his aura. That wouldn't be beneficial for cooperating. A historical serial wasn't history. Other actors were not the actual people from back then. Fang Zhao could clearly differentiate reality from his memories. From an artistic point of view, now he was just working together with other actors to bring an adaptation of actual history to life in the form of founding era. This would let many more people remember what had happened during that time and the people that had sacrificed so much for these lands. From a cultural and artistic aspect, it would leave its mark in history. As Fang Zhao's motive was different from others, he treated this very seriously. Furthermore, in his own words, he did not consider it very arduous, so when compared to others, it seemed much more effortless for Fang Zhao. It could not be said that he had very little to do. In fact, in the Yenzhou chapter's filming team, his duties were much heavier. Filming was tougher, and he did not use a body double, instead doing everything by himself. If he were anyone else, they would probably have laid down from exhaustion, but Fang Zhao still seemed enthusiastic and full of vigor every day. His appetite was also good. Others might not even be able to finish a meal, yet Fang Zhao could finish up to 3 on his own. Some people in the cast and crew loved to see Fang Zhao eat. Watching him eat a lot with relish, others would feel slightly more ravenous and stuff a few more mouthfuls of food in. An old actor noticed Fang Zhao eating with such relish and could not help but ask, "Fang Zhao, how are you able to eat so much?" Fang Zhao swallowed and replied, "Because I'm hungry." That old actor hiccuped, following which he turned to the person beside him and sighed. Given Fang Zhao's physical and mental qualities, it is no wonder he rose up through the ranks during his military service. When the cast and crew were filming, who wouldn't be tired and hungry? But there were times where one would just feel unwell deep down. It might also be due to being too immersed in their character and being unable to completely separate oneself. When one was feeling stifled or panicky, it could give rise to a physiological rejection and they would not be able to bring themselves to swallow their food. But take a look at Fang Zhao. A short while ago, he had been even more immersed in his character, but when filming was done he squatted at the side and dug in. While others were still holding on to their food in a daze, this person had already started on his second portion. When others finally adjusted their state of mind and separated themselves from their character and were about to start eating, this person had already finished his third portion and was helping others in the cast and crew. When others had finished forcefully stuffing food into their mouths, memorized their lines, and adjusted their state of mind, this person came running back to let the makeup artist touch up his appearance, and he got into character in 1 second. A really natural actor, yet another old actor lamented. "How many years has it been since I have felt that sort of pressure?" old actors said as, with complicated expressions, they watched Fang Zhao as he entered his filming state. This was also a reason why many successful old actors from the cast felt pressured. When juniors performed too well, it would make these seniors feel like their zeal wasn't sufficient and they were not professional enough. The pace of the production team's filming was very quick. Now, the second season's filming was almost done. Actors had already adapted to the situation and environment and were used to this sort of intensity. They were all quality actors, and after adapting, the filming of the second season had proceeded even more smoothly and quickly than that of the first season. Nowadays, face makeup was simple. Every actor and role had special prosthetics that could be stuck onto their face. With a little touch-up from the makeup artists, even through a high-definition camera, there would not be any traces of makeup, and it saved a lot of time. Apparel, scars, and others were all the same. Everything had become much simpler with technological advancements, and not a lot of time was required for makeup. Naturally, efficiency had increased as well. While filming for the second season was underway, the first season was in post-production. It was rumored that post-production was almost complete. Although filming might have seemed quick, the cast and crew had put in a lot of effort. Also, they had prepared for a long time. The cast had not made preparations only after the founding era project's reboot had been announced. Rather, Plans had been made some years earlier, but they hadn't been carried out then. The script had also been released earlier, but only after it had been rebooted had the consultation team looked through it and made amendments. Design plans for the construction of sets had long been prepared beforehand and had already been meticulously drawn up. As for actors, those that had internal information had started preparing a few years earlier and had just been waiting for the project to be rebooted. On the accompaniment music side, the music team had been hoarding pieces. Some extremely capable teams could even create accompanying music that better fit the plot at the last moment. With so many elites and talented people, Roman could use whoever's work best suited his requirements. Quick filming did not signify that large quantities were being churned out at the cost of quality. Post-production was also tightly supervised and had stringent requirements. With a lead director like Roman, who had very high standards, nobody could even think about just going through the motions. From filming all the way to post-production, everyone gave their all. The entire cast was like a well-oiled machine that was running precisely and efficiently. Besides filming, every once in a while, Fang Zhao and other actors playing important roles in the same team would have to visit psychologists for a talk. This was an arrangement of the production teams, and it was a clear-cut requirement. For Fang Zhao and other actors who held more important roles, they were required to visit the psychologist once every 7 days. The production team was worried that these actors' mental health might be affected if they got too deeply immersed in their characters. The production team cared about the physical and mental health of their actors and had also considered many aspects. Actually, the original plan after filming started had been to be in a completely sealed mode without any access to the internet all the way until filming ended. Ultimately, following suggestions from the psychologists, it had been changed to 2 hours of internet access every 7 days of the week. The reason was that people needed to release tension. This gave actors a time to drain all their pent-up feelings and emotions. The psychologist in charge of Fang Zhao and the others was called Daiyu. Daiyu knew many of these actors. As he was in the cast and crew, although he was not participating in the filming, he found out by talking to those actors that this might be the actors' toughest ever challenge yet. He could understand the mental states of these actors through conversations with them. From Daiyu's professional viewpoint, Founding Era was like a dark and gloomy forest fraught with strange dangers. When actors stepped inside, they were extremely careful even when it came to brushing away a single leaf. As they advanced further in and fell even deeper, it got even more dangerous, and any object had the possibility of being a threat. What Daiyu needed to do was guide those actors deep in the darkness back out. All the other actors were fine. The only one Daiyu felt was a difficult problem was Fang Zhao. Every time he faced Fang Zhao, Daiyu felt like. Every time Daiyu was dissecting Fang Zhao's mental state, the Fang Zhao sitting in front of him seemed to be scanning Daiyu's mental state as well. Daiyu coughed lightly, relieving the strange atmosphere that had built up. He remembered his previous chats with other actors and continued, people of those times seemingly became like beasts. Supposing they lost their humanity, it would signify that they would lose many things. Fang Zhao replied, lose your bestiality, you lose everything. Dr. Dai paused and looked at Fang Zhao before looking away quickly and nodding his head. That's right. They were forced into it. Without change, they had no way of survival. Daiyu then took the initiative to talk to Fang Zhao about some other topics for around 10 minutes before he ended this session. After Fang Zhao left, Daiyu poured himself a glass of warm water. His finger that was hooked around the cup was trembling slightly. After finishing his water, he stared at the chair Fang Zhao had sat in and pondered. If he was more attentive, he would have realized that every time Fang Zhao came over, the chair's position was slightly further away compared to others. From several conversations here, Daiyu had found out that Fang Zhao was a dangerous person. Fang Zhao might look rather harmless, but his true nature might be even closer to the role he was playing. Fang Zhao was unlike others. Other people would seem to sink into the dark and dangerous forest because of acting. As for Fang Zhao, his head had an expanse of gloomy forests that was deeply rooted and could not be removed. Dai Yu was powerless. The sort of temperament Fang Zhao had was probably close to what people during the period of destruction had had. It was probably because of this that Roman and the Committee of 100 had selected him. But all those issues had nothing to do with the psychologist Dai Yu. All he had to do was make sure the actors would not delve so deeply they could not get out. Apparently, during this period, the others had a tendency to sink too deeply and needed lots of talking to, as well as some guidance. As for Fang Zhao, he just had to go through the session as a formality. When many young actors came here, they were nervous, but when Dai Yu was speaking with Fang Zhao, the psychologist was the one who felt pressured. Every time Fang Zhao came, Dai Yu would feel uneasy, as if he was being watched by a wild beast. That's right, over here, Fang Zhao wasn't nervous, Dai Yu was the one all tensed up. December passed by really quickly. As the new year and a new month came, a half-minute-long trailer for Founding Era subsequently appeared. The accompaniment for this trailer had been created by a reputable music association. A piano played at the start, supplemented by a violin. It sounded gloomy and restrained and also seemed quiet and lonely. The opening sequence of the trailer. A truck driver leaning against a steering wheel, his fist clenched tightly. He looked through the shattered windscreen and hesitated. A shepherd held onto a machete with his trembling hand as droplets of blood trickled down the knife's sharp edge. A prison guard in a prison sat down on the floor and quietly lit up a cigarette. A lady in an elegant dress stood on a castle wall and looked out into the distance. People crawled out from a series of ruins, staggering step by step, as if they were entering an abyss. The whole country in ruins, homes shattered, the sun and moon no longer visible, meteors raining down, struggles in the fires of war, moving forward in the darkness. A bloodied feather against the light floated downwards. 2 steps from hell. Calamities that did not cease and battles without any rest. As the melody's tempo started to rise, drum beats became even more powerful. The coloration of the image started to become even more intense. Rising up abruptly from the darkness and being reborn from the ashes. In that very long and desolate period, freedom, existence, blood, guarding. 12 massive monuments appeared. Countless names flashed across. The history of the period of destruction that only appeared in history books unfolded before the eyes of later generations. A long journey, 100-year reflection. Founding Era will premiere on January 28, 12 p.m. Guangzhou time. 11 chapters will be simultaneously broadcast. This wasn't a warped fantasy but actual historical culture combined with video and music to form a work of art. On January 1st of the 535th year of the new era, on the first day of the new year, following the release of the trailer, every forum, video streaming site, social platform, newspaper, and magazine was occupied by Founding Era. Without a doubt, the main theme for the coming year had been set. Scenes of great jubilation happened online. It is finally going to be broadcast. I'm counting down every single day. Everyone is a big name. The feeling of just randomly pointing my finger and it landing on a celebrity feels great. What an unprecedented grand allocation, I can't wait. Were the 12 people that appeared right at the start of the trailer the 12 great generals? Idiot. Did you sleep in history class? There are only 11 great generals. Fang Zhao isn't one. The Wu Yan in the trailer is still a baby. 11 chapters, as a Yenzhou person, I will watch the Yenzhou chapter first before watching the others. How great! 11 chapters being broadcast simultaneously. What a difficult choice. Which one am I going to choose? I'm from Guangzhou. Why isn't there a Guangzhou chapter among the 11 chapters? There were 12 continents in the world because of the period of destruction. Guangzhou was slightly special and was the only one without a local great general, and it was the only continent not named after a person. Nowadays, Huangzhou was the world's political core. The people of Huangzhou always felt a sense of superiority, but this time, people of Huangzhou were depressed. Us Huangzhouans have been reduced to a supporting role in founding era. No idea when we will be able to see a storyline concerning Huangzhou. We will have to wait till we're closer to the end. Only then will we get to see our continent's part. Whatever. Everything is good as long as we can watch it. Once it premiered, there would be 2 episodes aired every day from Monday to Friday, none on the weekends. But the series wouldn't start until the 28th, and it was only the 1st now. How were people going to endure for another 20-something days? If the series could not be watched yet, then head to the Cemetery of Martyrs to pay respects first. Fans found out which characters their idols were playing and headed to the Cemetery of Martyrs to find out where these heroic characters' graves were. Thus, on the first day of the new year, the number of people visiting each continent's Cemetery of Martyrs saw a sharp increase. Isn't there still some time till Memorial Day? Why are they so many people? Asked a puzzled worker at a Cemetery of Martyrs as he saw the number of people walking around the cemetery grounds. The impact of founding era, another staff member replied. Someone else joined in the discussion. Commemorative portraits of martyrs are selling especially well this year. In the past, nobody bought commemorative portraits. This year, right at the start, they have all been swept up. My superiors have even said that more artists have been hired to work around the clock, and there are a lot of portraits of characters I have never even heard about before. In the month of January, it seemed as if the number of visitors to the Cemetery of Martyrs was increasing every day. Very quickly, given the bombardment of information, even people who did not pay attention to these aspects also found out about the premiere, founding era, on Memorial Day. All military districts, regardless of whether they were on Earth or a foreign planet, also received news about it, and they were eagerly waiting. There was much lesser entertainment in the military, and it was rare for there to be a series that the top brass supported. Naturally, this was highly anticipated. In people's daily lives, whether they were at work, in school, or online, founding era was always unavoidably mentioned. This had already become a sort of phenomenon for the entire population. Founding era was going to premiere on Memorial Day. Schools and companies would be on vacation, and the streets would have much fewer people. For the Cemetery of Martyrs, this would be a rare occasion where it was quiet. Finally, the day came. Some people were gathered together with their family members, some with their colleagues, and some were staying home alone, but they were all waiting. In some places where it was the middle of the night, people had stayed up waiting. At the appointed time, the first episode starting airing, and everyone turned it on full of joy and expectations. But their pleasure was short-lived. As the trailer time was limited, the majority of stars had only appeared in a flash. Only the faces of those playing lead characters or important supporting roles had been seen. Now that it had officially launched, the majority of fans were here to count stars as they watched Founding Era. Others were either curious or here to join in the fun. People that were actually interested in the subject itself were a small minority. After watching 2 consecutive episodes, the most intense feeling fans got was brutal. Brutal deaths. Right at the start, large quantities of bento boxes distributed. How could it not be brutal? The first episode started off gently building up the old era's exquisite and peaceful ambience. However, what followed was chaos, blood, and cruel catastrophes that created an obvious contrast. The period of destruction had officially arrived, and it signified that many more people would die. Founding era had its own rich historical vibe and sense of solemnness. Even this impressive lineup of stars was unable to dilute the main ideology it was trying to propagate. This was the first official, profound dialogue the creative team had with audiences regarding that period. Everything people of the new era knew about the period of destruction was from historical books and various historical resources and records. This was just akin to a skeleton. For the majority of new era people, their sentiments toward that period were not deep. After all, it had already been so many years. And this cultural film was bestowing flesh to the skeleton. Flesh and spirit. It was only through this method that more people would understand the culture of that period and have a greater sentiment toward this history. From the beginning, Roman had requested that battle scenes be as realistic as possible, so much so that it would scare viewers. He felt that this was the only way to make those people who had emerged in that time stand out and show their mettle. Regardless of whether they made their mark on history or not, regardless of whether they were from the influential families or they were a little-known person, nobody could be missed. Because of Roman's high standards, the opening of all 11 chapters were all coherently realistic. The sound effects also helped maintain the lifelike state of these scenes. Take the Yanzhou chapter, for example. In the first episode, there were 2 large-scale battle scenes. Without any accompaniment music, the sound effects took the lead in creating extremely realistic battle scenes. However, in the battle scene toward the end of the first episode, there was tragic and stirring background music playing. This stirred up the audience's feelings and created a deeply emotional effect. After that scene finished came the end credits, where a list of the names of those who had died in battle was shown. Included on it were the martyrs' names and grave numbers. Along with the extra effort put in by the actors, it produced a multi-pronged battering effect. In the past, whenever fans had heard about anyone receiving a bento box, they had laughed and joked, but now they could not even smile. Harsh, cruel. This was history. Not every chapter started before the calamity. Every chapter's timeline was different. Yanzhou's chapter simplified the preceding happenings and began when Wu Yan was young. The Fang Zhao of that time had already gathered a bunch of people by his side. Leadership was a sort of authoritative circumstance. This was why, right from the start of the chapter, Fang Zhao had the aura of a leader wielding power. And the temperaments displayed by other characters in the Yanzhou chapter was slightly different from characters in other chapters. According to Yanzhou chapter's timeline, these people had already adapted and had learned the ways of survival during the period of destruction. Because the timeline was different from the other chapters, that Yanzhou chapter's list of lives lost in battle at the end credits was longer than other chapters. These names had all been recorded in history. The list of names here was longer, but that did not mean that the officially distributed bento boxes here were great in number. On the contrary, bento boxes were seemingly distributed wholesale in the other chapters. The beginning of the other chapters was when the apocalypse started, where the peaceful world was pounded till it became hell on earth. Some small celebrities and internet personalities with minor roles received their bento boxes right at the opening sequence. Each celebrity's fans were treated so brutally that their insides were all jumbled up. This was just the opening sequence, and looking at the current circumstances, the wholesale distribution of bento boxes would definitely not be little. Online, 90% of hot topics were related to founding era. Some had companies behind them generating buzz for their celebrities, others were topics that netizens had brought up themselves. There were even people that listed the celebrities that had appeared in the first episode. A breakdown of the poor little things that received their bento boxes right at the opening sequence. Even with all the promoting by their companies in the past, nobody had concerned themselves with these less popular celebrities. Now, everyone was especially stirred up, and the companies behind these celebrities seized the chance to promote their assets. The benefits that founding era could bring had started to show. Some celebrities that weren't too famous but who played rather impressive roles, even if they only appeared for a few minutes, with their company's operations, the fame of these celebrities could rise greatly. Of course, the ones that were most evident and had the ability to dominate mainstream entertainment headlines were the various leads of every chapter. And for Yanzhou chapter, before Wu Yan grew up, Fang Zhao was the lead. After all, according to the timeline, during the first season, Wu Yan was still young and had less screen time than the leads of other chapters. During this period, there was no way to simplify Fang Zhao's role in the story, as too many matters revolved around Fang Zhao. That aura of Fang Zhao's. Dope. Image. Some people took a few screenshots of Fang Zhao's fight scenes in the Yanzhou chapter's first episode. Among them was a close-up of Fang Zhao's face. A death gaze coming from Zhao God. When I was watching this segment, my back shivered. Let me upload a screenshot too, image. This was the predicted fight scene with the beasts that flashed by so quickly. I never expected that he would take on 6 at once. It's 7. There was one more hidden behind him. It seems quite casual, but when you look at it carefully, it isn't casual at all. How ruthless. Every move is efficient, and the killing intent that follows after. And there is still the scene of a meeting where Fang Zhao glances in the direction of the camera. At that moment, I felt a constricting pressure. That is probably the aura of a leader. Awesome. He doesn't look one bit like a newcomer. Fang Zhao is indeed rather impressive. Wait a minute. Which Fang Zhao are you people actually talking about? I can't tell the difference. How are we going to differentiate them in future discussions? Cough. Fang Zhao is only a newcomer in the acting circles, but he has made a name for himself in the gaming and music circles already. Gaming fans have brought out the scripture videos from Battle of the Century to watch once again. It has the same effect even though they are different media. Reputable film reviewers from Yanzhou also gave their evaluations of Fang Zhao. Some people can soar up to the heavens when just given a chance. Fang Zhao is that sort of person. Starting his career at the apex, yet another reviewer said. Starting his career at the apex might have sounded very impressive, but actually, there were 2 ways it could be interpreted. The first was that he had come flying out of the blocks, vastly exceeded other actors of the same grade and status, and stepped on the summit many newcomers had no way of achieving even after many years. The other meaning was, starting off at the top, he could only go down from there. That was the intention of the reviewer. Right now, according to the audience's understanding, these were good words that were praising Fang Zhao, but if Fang Zhao went downhill, that reviewer would give a different sort of interpretation all the same. Even so, there were many media news outlets that used this reviewer's evaluation of starting his career at the apex, with the majority appearing to praise or lament. A newcomer, someone not from the showbiz circles, an amateur who could not even be considered an actor. Relying on founding era, he had truly made a name for himself in the showbiz circles. At a certain military district, there were a group of people gathered to watch Founding Era together. All 11 chapters were being watched one by one. After they had just finished the Yanzhou chapter, one person among them pointed to the screen and asked another, "The person you selected to play the role of Fang Zhao was him?" "Yes, it's this actor. I even voted for him. Now it seems like I made the right choice. Indeed, he acts rather well and makes the role memorable. That flair of his is just something else. It was too dazzling when there were too many stars." Some people might not be able to recognize this face of Fang Zhao's, but they could remember his flair. The next time they saw this, even if they could not recognize the face, they would be able to correspond it to the role. Many stars were unrecognizable after putting on makeup. Their originally mild impressions would be even more insipid, but the impression Fang Zhao gave off was very profound. Perhaps people were slightly biased toward Fang Zhao. After all, Fang Zhao had originated from Baiji Military District. Just checking the news back then would reveal all this information. This actor was once a soldier. He has really fought against terrorists. No wonder you can feel that killing intent from his fight scenes. Other actors can portray this somewhat, but their killing intent isn't as realistic. Military personnel that had experienced real betters were more sensitive to this. The other actors aren't bad either. This is much better than those so-called war flicks from before. The filming is great. This series lets everyone see that it isn't the same as those nonsense series of the past, and the acting isn't exaggerated either. Those fight scenes are especially immersive for us. Multiple fight scenes filmed in one take were grim, nimble, and not at all gaudy. This series did not have many gaudy fight scenes. When the actors of the cast and crew had been training, they found out that this was unlike any previous series they had acted in before. Fight scenes in past serials were just for the sake of looking cool, but the fight scenes here were to be as realistic as possible. For artistic purposes, Fang Zhao had actually added an appropriate amount of depth to his acting. Not too little or too much, but just the right amount so that he would appear even more natural before the camera. This effect was needed for the filming and was a change that Fang Zhao had made according to Shenwei and Roman's guidance. Of course, others did not know that Fang Zhao had deliberately made adjustments to his acting for filming. From what many older precursors in the industry saw, Fang Zhao's understanding of the role, his dialogue, fundamentals, and techniques were satisfactory. This made those among the committee of 100 that had voted for him feel relieved. Relieved and somewhat pleased. What did so many positive evaluations prove? It proved that their foresight was good. Look, we picked out a no-name among a field of big-name actors, and he is the most suitable. Now that they were emboldened, when these people accepted interviews or were asked for their comments, they naturally praised Fang Zhao. Praising Fang Zhao was the same as praising themselves. And at the same time, it was smacking the bunch of people who had previously refuted and doubted their choice. My own foresight is better than yours. This also lets those students of film and art academies see clearly for themselves who had the perception to choose this talent. At this time, they could more or less understand how Roman felt. This sort of feeling was rather pleasing. Yanbei City Retirement Facility. Great-grandfather Fang wiped away tears, his eyes were red. He had no idea whether he had been affected by the solemnness of the series or by his great-grandson. After he finished watching the 2 episodes, great-grandfather Fang sat in front of the screen, staring at nothing in particular and remaining silent throughout. Beside him, great-grandmother Fang's eyes were red too. She sighed. Surviving during that period was no easy task. Little Zhao has acted really well. Word online is that these one-take fight scenes require many tries to be successful. It is very tough on the actors, and they might suffer injuries. And little Zhao has many more of these sorts of scenes than others. I wonder how much he has suffered. To be able to act until he gets this sort of result isn't easy at all. That goes without saying. Could this result be achieved if it wasn't tough? The tears that great-grandfather Fang had just held back starting flowing again. For more than an hour, the 2 old Fangs sat there talking about the cruel fate of survivors in the period of destruction and then about how Fang Zhao was holding up while filming. Are we going to watch the other chapters now? Great-grandmother Fang asked. The 2 of them had told the younger generations of Fangs that if anyone wanted to visit, they should come beforehand and come looking for them today. Therefore, nobody would disturb the 2 old Fangs, and these 2 old folks had decided to spend the whole day watching the serial. Nope, let's wait for a few hours before watching, great-grandfather Fang replied. After he had calmed down, great-grandfather Fang browsed some news online. When he saw those compliments and praises for Fang Zhao, he smiled till his creases were on the verge of blooming. He wiped away his tears and snot, which had flowed out once again, and washed his face, then headed out to look for his old comrades for a chat. Fiery Bird Yanzhou Department. The Diting series earpieces and sound equipment that Fang Zhao endorsed saw another round of buzz. There was a significant increase in sales after the 1st and 2nd episodes of Founding Era aired. Some warehouses in Yanzhou were already out of stock. Other continents had stored less stock, and there were many more empty warehouses. The influence that Founding Era had was global. Fang Zhao's momentum. If we extend our contract with Fang Zhao, his endorsement fees surely have to be increased. Otherwise, he might not continue with the endorsement. Then do we still sign with him? You don't say. Of course we sign. The planning department made plans early on, but the circumstances with Fang Zhao after the broadcast of Founding Era were unknown, so it was set aside. Now that Fang Zhao's momentum is ascending, the new product plans have to be implemented. Dating Series' newest model, a high-end version. Fang Zhao had already played the role of a leader. Naturally, there was a need for a corresponding high-end version, the sort that would cost a minimum of at least 5 digits. Alright, I will leave a message for him. They only get 2 hours of internet access every 7 days. We still have to wait a few days for a reply. Why does Fang Zhao not have a manager? Fiery Bird approaching a party for an endorsement and even having to wait a few days was extremely rare. This was something unavoidable because these were the rules of Founding Era, not something decided by Fang Zhao or certain actors, so Fiery Bird had no choice. Fang Zhao was not the only actor that endorsed Fiery Bird products, but now, if Fiery Bird wanted to look for any actors to film new advertisements, they would need to wait. In time, there would surely be many more manufacturers headed to Planet Y who would take the opportunity to film advertisements during actors' rest times. The sales volume of items endorsed by lead roles, important supporting roles, and other roles that appeared multiple times saw a great increase alongside the rising internet popularity. The large ship that was Founding Era carried many people's interests along with it. But at the same time, the original purpose of this film project was still in the midst of being completed. Every continent's cemetery of martyrs saw a peak in visitors. Some graves that did not have any visitors in normal years suddenly received a lot more people paying their respects. The internet was full of praise for Founding Era. There was also a reputable reviewer that claimed Founding Era was the most realistic historical drama ever made in the new era. As for the actual history, according to Fang Zhao, it was still far off. However, this was but a film series and a form of art. To come close to the original history was hard enough. Seeing news reports about people visiting graves that saw no visitors other than cleaners in past years, Fang Zhao felt rather happy. Having someone remember them was a good thing, even if they were only remembered now. As a milestone historical drama, Founding Era was sure to air again in the future. There were certainly going to be even more online broadcasts. Even many years later, as long as people watched it, they would know about these martyrs and the things that had been done. Being remembered was fortunate. There were many more people that never got to leave behind their names, let alone gravestones. Fang Zhao agreed to Fiery Bird's endorsement contract extension. Fiery Bird's conditions were decent, and all Fang Zhao needed to do was find some time to take some photos for an advertisement. This wasn't a lot and would not delay filming. In the cast, there were many people that accepted endorsements and advertisements. The production team allowed the cast to accept these endorsements, their only requirement was that it did not affect filming. Advertisements could only be filmed during the few days of break after a season of the series concluded filming. Also, the advertisements could only be done at the region designated by the production team. As before, actors could not leave the filming area. Commercial firms were also required to apply to enter the filming area and needed to sign confidentiality agreements. Also, not every commercial firm could send people to Planet Y. Therefore, some actors that had finished filming felt that they could not wantonly accept advertisements while staying here, which would affect their earnings, so they decided to leave the cast and return home. Roman was actually rather unwilling. He hoped that his actors would not accept endorsement deals or advertisements during the filming period, but Founding Era was a little special as it touched on the dark side of human nature. Even if it was unable to be portrayed completely in front of the cameras, the actors would deeply be affected when they analyzed the characters they played. There will be problems if it goes on this way. Just let them find other things to take their mind off things. After all, shooting a commercial won't take long, perhaps half a day, the head of the psychologist team told Roman. I don't even know how those people during the period of destruction lived. Under that sort of living environment, it is really easy to be forced to become crazy or perverted, right? Those that didn't break were really strong people. Roman gave a tisk and did not say more. Deep down, however, he agreed with what the other party had said. Sometimes when Roman thought too much about it, the darkness and bloodiness of the period of destruction made him feel breathless. There was a lot that wasn't suitable for audiences, and Roman was clear on that. Thus, although he wasn't very pleased with actors accepting endorsements during filming, he ultimately approved of it. He was almost going crazy himself, and he shouldn't make others go crazy with him. "I heard that Fang Zhao accepted a commercial," the head psychologist asked. When talking about Fang Zhao, Roman's face beamed. "It's a fiery bird endorsement, just some photographs and a short video. It can be completed within an hour. Furthermore, with Fang Zhao's condition, filming for another day won't be an issue. I feel at ease when it comes to him." Roman had also seen those evaluations online, and naturally, he was pleased. "Have you watched it yet? How was it? Didn't this young fella act really well?" Roman asked. "Very well indeed," the psychologist replied. "Fang Zhao is very suitable for that role." He had heard from the psychologist in charge of the actors from Yenzhou about Fang Zhao's circumstances, and it was something that they could not resolve. In private, they had previously discussed a type of black, period of destruction black. Deep inside Fang Zhao was this sort of color. Roman, who was currently very pleased with himself, did not take much note of the strange expression on the psychologist's face when Fang Zhao was mentioned. When Fang Zhao was mentioned, Roman could not help but think about another member of the cast that was giving him a headache. The smiles that had just appeared on his face were wiped clean in an instant. Zhao, the person that Liuzhou's governor had personally called about. Fang Zhao and Zhao were two extreme opposites in the heart of the lead director. One was incomparable, and the other was incomparable. When it came to Fang Zhao, lead director Roman felt that there was nobody in the entire cast that could compare to Fang Zhao. And when Zhao was mentioned, lead director Roman felt that even if he just randomly picked an actor from the cast, they could act much better than Zhao. The training classes that had been arranged for Zhao previously might as well have been for the dogs. There was simply no effect. Zhao only had 2 appearances in the second season. He had spent 3 takes and the result still hadn't been satisfactory. Finally, after some guidance, his results had been finally passable. In the second season, Zhao basically only had to show his face, and the number of lines he had could be counted with one hand, yet such a simple task took many takes. The director in charge of the Liuzhou chapter hadn't been in a good mood these past few days, and he looked gloomy. As the head lead director with high requirements, Roman was even more irritable. Thinking about it made his stomach hurt. As of now, filming for the second season had concluded and was in post-production. The third season's filming was underway as well. In the third season, the character that Zhao played saw a significant increase in screen time. Included was a scene where Zhao's character argued with another character. From what the lead director had seen, Zhao was still a long way off from portraying the emotional outburst a capable actor could do in an instant. If Zhao really wasn't able to do it, the director might have to adjust the angle of filming and place the focus on another character. However, he could not always do so. Lead director Roman was seriously contemplating making a call to Liuzhou's director and just sending Zhao back. Zhao could roughly guess the directing team's opinions, because when the lead director had gotten angry with him, he had clearly said, "If you can't act, we will change you." When Zhao had started filming for the second season, he had received a face full of spittle from the lead director after his first scene. Zhao had swallowed his anger and had not dared to take it up straight away with the lead director. Otherwise he would receive a call from his governor granddad. But thankfully, back then, the lead director had brought him aside to scold him. If he had done it in front of everyone, Zhao would have lost all face. Filming is so tiring. Zhao slightly regretted entering the cast. This was a whole different experience from his previous movie filming. There were times when he felt the entire atmosphere of the cast and crew was really stifling. In Zhao's own words, face was very important. He could quit himself, but he could not be driven out by the directing team. Thus, Zero had spent more time studying the script over the past few days. The more he studied, the more difficult he felt it was. How to portray an emotional outburst. Zero felt that he acted rather well every time, but other people had expressions like the spectacle was too horrible to endure. News online was full of praise for Founding Era. Lijo people would surely focus on the Lijo chapter, and when Lijo people talked about the Lijo chapter, they could not avoid mentioning someone who always generated discussion, Zero. Since the first episode of Lijo chapter, Lijo netizens had not seen Zero at all. I didn't see Zero at all in the first episode. Did I miss him? I also tried searching, but I could not find him. Could it be that his makeup is so good that we can't discover him? Has anyone found out where Senior Master Zero appears? It's best if he doesn't appear. Zero's acting skills are fine if it is for kicks and giggles, but for Founding Era, he is sure to get bashed. When I think about Zero's acting skills, I actually reckon he will get killed in the show right away. I can't wait to see Zero. I'd rather not. It is better to not let the Lijo chapter become a laughingstock for other continents to joke about. Zero will destroy everything when he appears. Without a doubt. I say, Senior Master Zero, for the sake of the whole of Lijo and the Lijo chapter that was produced at great length, it's best if you withdraw from the cast. I support Zero. But Senior Master, when will you appear? Could it be that you can't act well so you have already left the cast? Perhaps you are hiding and not uttering a single word. It might be just that. Even if he has the support of the Renault family, could a lead director with such high standards as Roman bear to see his series get destroyed? The illustrious name of the Renault governor is just ruined at the hands of this grandson. The many inquiries on social platforms were very effective against Zero. Seeing all these messages and comments, Zero was pissed. This time, even he could not even filter them out if he wanted to. It simply could not be disregarded. A furious Zero straight away updated a new status on his social platform account, appearing at the start of the second season. Commit suicide if you ask again. Zero could not reveal which episode he would be appearing in, but the second season would be released soon, and Zero leaking that he would appear in the second season was acceptable, so the production team would not find fault with this. This also helped increase audience anticipation levels. How many people in Lijo were waiting to watch and joke about Zero? The moment this status was updated, many Lijo netizens came rushing over to join in the fun. This, commit suicide. Does Zero mean he will kill himself or does he want the askers to commit suicide? Rubbish. Certainly Zero commits suicide. Yes. That's right. Zero is talking about himself. So I see. Zero, are you really going to appear in Season 2? Can't wait. Senior Master, are you certain you will appear in Season 2? I didn't see it just now. Zero, which season will you be appearing in again? When I heard that Zero wanted to commit suicide, I stopped whatever I was doing and came over to spectate. I'm here to see how Zero kills himself too. In no time, many Lijo mainstream entertainment media's push notification headlines were about Zero committing suicide. With regards to this, many Renault family members hurriedly contacted Planet Y. Lijo's governor even found some time to make an inquiry. Zero's agent had to explain one by one that it wasn't like what the media had reported. The agent was also worried about Zero's filming later on. There were so many people in Lijo watching him and people from other continents waiting to joke about it, yet Zero was still causing trouble. Zero's agent was so worried he felt he was going to go bald soon. What can I do? I am under immense pressure too. After explaining to various parties, the agent was preparing to have a proper chat with Zero when he saw Zero sitting quietly and staring at a mirror. There was a rare hint of self-doubt on his face, and he seemed desolate. Zero had put on a forced smile when he had replied to the call from the family elders and promised to act properly and film seriously with all his heart. After that, when the call had ended, he had sat in silence, staring at himself in the mirror. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The room was eerily quiet. Handsome. Zero slapped the table as he got up. Mother * King handsome. A powerful and resonating voice full of self-confidence. The dispirited Zero a moment ago had disappeared and been suddenly replaced by one with a glowing spirit who was full of vigor and radiating self-confidence. Zero's agent. Self-doubt. Bullsh * T. Where did you suddenly get that F * King self-confidence from? After his mental state recovered, Zero's mind starting revolving. Thinking about it for a bit, he turned to his agent and said, "Go and get me a bottle of water, the packaged spring water from the gourmet food city." Zero's agent looked carefully at Zero and then nodded. "All right." Without saying anything else, he stepped out. Once his agent stepped out, Zero also went out. He had decided to endure the humiliation and would look for Fang Zhao to ask for any good suggestions. He had sent his agent away, as he did not want to let his agent see him going to look for Fang Zhao personally. Not long ago, he had said that he would not seek out Fang Zhao even if it killed him. Currently, it was getting late here on Planet Y, and the majority of filming teams had wrapped up filming for the day. Only a few night scenes were currently going on outside. Like a thief, Zero ran over to Fang Zhao's quarters. Everyone here stayed in single rooms. Rooms were allocated based on 2 criteria, one was based on the roles, and the other was based on special privileges. Actually, the two did not have much difference. When Zero got there, Fang Zhao was eating. For today's dinner, Fang Zhao had eaten 3 portions of packaged meals. After filming concluded for the day, Fang Zhao had returned to continue and have his supper. When he saw this, Zero thought to himself, he can really eat. Fang Zhao's supper was rather lavish. It wasn't food the production team provided, nor was it from the dining hall. "This, where did you buy it?" Zero asked as he glanced at the few delicately made pastries. He had never tried them before. "These were sent from the people at the base," Fang Zhao replied. They were actually a new foodstuff produced at a certain experimental plot. A scientist there loved experimenting with food and would create a lot each time. Every time he did this, he would send some to Y base. When it was sent to Y base, it would be sent straight to Commanding Officer Hui. Recently, Curly Hair had rendered some meritorious services at the port, which pleased Hui. The buzz of Founding Era on the internet had also brought about quite a lot of popularity to Planet Y. Thinking back, Planet Y's change in fortune started when Fang Zhao had come. And when Hui heard that the filming conditions here were tough and many people could not eat well, Hui felt that he should take care of Fang Zhao, or at least show some concern, so he had gotten his men to deliver some food to Fang Zhao when they headed over. He would get his men to send some stuff to Fang Zhao from time to time as a form of gratitude. Fang Zhao brought out a clean plan and distributed some food to Zero. "These are pretty good, try them." The food displayed on the plate in front of him looked really appealing and was very fragrant, but one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. 1. But when he thought about it, Zero felt that he was wrong. It was the other way around. He was the one looking for Fang Zhao, it was not Fang Zhao who had a request to make. Looking at things this way, Fang Zhao was just sharing some food. "You are a pretty good person." Zero did not worry about his table manners and started eating. Zero had not eaten much for dinner. He had been pissed by all the opinions online and had lost his appetite after talking with those family members. Now, when he saw Fang Zhao eating something so fragrant, he felt famished. After finishing his food, Zero awkwardly brought up his purpose. He had come over to exchange pointers about acting experience. Although Zero had not said it very clearly, Fang Zhao understood his intention. Zero had come to ask for help, but he was too conscious about his reputation and had to find other excuses, so he couldn't spit it out properly. Fang Zhao felt that Zero still had ambition. Most importantly, no matter how much pressure he was under, his vigor was always very strong. Zero normally acted lowly but made himself out to be impressive, but he had never done anything that was really exceeding low. In the cast and crew, where the atmosphere was tense and stifling most of the time, having a bubbly person like Zero around was rather meaningful and fun. This was probably the reason Lijo's governor doted on his grandson so. Zero felt goosebumps appearing on his skin under Fang Zhao's gaze. This was exactly the same sort of gaze his grandfather had had during the video call. Zero thought to himself, "You really think you are more senior than me?" Yet another person who has become too obsessed with the role he plays. Because Fang Zhao saw Zero as a junior and knew Zero's character, he would not get too bothered about Zero's bearing, which was especially good at offending people. Being an actor isn't easy. Studying the script, memorizing lines, attending training classes, refining our roles, polishing our artistic concept, all this is really tiring. Zero grumbled. Most importantly, he felt that he had already worked hard, but other people did not agree. Zero was really sullen. If not for the fact that he wished to be vindicated, he would have packed his bags and called it quits on the spot. Fang Zhao smiled. From an artistic aspect, you all are also people that change the world. The time and energy invested is worth it. Zero totally did not pay attention to the more profound meaning of you all. When he heard what Fang Zhao had said, Zero felt rather proud of himself. Changing the world indeed. Right. A while back, he had seen a reviewer say that founding era had impacted people of the new era in spirit and ideology. That's what we ought to do. Although I act really well already, I still wish to have an even more profound portrayal of this role. And impact even more people's spirits and ideology. Saying this, Zero waited for Fang Zhao to give some suggestions. No matter how important or pretentious his position was, Fang Zhao would still give some suggestions, right? Otherwise, there would be no meaning in all this. Fang Zhao did not understand much about the Lijo chapter, especially the earlier chapters. Fang Zhao wasn't too familiar with it and had not finished looking through the Lijo script. In the consultant team, he had only handled the Yanzhou chapter. Zero spoke about the scene he was going to act in and the role he would be playing. Fang Zhao listened attentively and then pondered it. Actually, those training classes had still had some effect. At least when it came to understanding the role, Zero had indeed made some improvements. It was just that the coach's professional acting knowledge and practical techniques had not been absorbed by Zero. For the next scene, Zero would be playing a character that had clashing views with a comrade. These sorts of conflicts had frequently appeared in the period of destruction, but they weren't easy to act out well, at least according to Zero. Given Zero's own personal experiences and the abnormal way his brain worked, producing a result that the director wanted was too much of a challenge. Even if he could understand what sort of character he was portraying or he knew what sort of mood the director wanted, he still wouldn't be able to act it out. When he acted, he directly fell into his own character, and the role he was supposed to be playing was twisted. This was the reason Zero felt he was acting very well and was immersed in his character, but other people felt like he was destroying the character. Zero wasn't suitable for acting in this sort of solemn historical flick, but since he had already come all the way over, Fang Zhao would think of something to help out. After pondering seriously, Fang Zhao said, "If you want to act according to what the director requests, that isn't entirely impossible." In Season 3, the character Zero played saw an increase in screen time, but as before, his role wasn't important. Therefore, if there was no way to improve Zero's acting skills from the basics, then an alternate path had to be taken, finding a way to save him. If we are just looking at the filming outcome, there is one method that might be suitable for you, Fang Zhao said. Zero jolted up. What sort of method? There might be a little suffering involved, Fang Zhao continued. How much suffering? It can't be considered suffering, just enduring a little pain. However, it is only for the duration of the filming of the scene. Zero pondered it seriously for a bit and then asked, "Will it hurt my face?" "It won't." "Say it." Elsewhere, Zero's agent, who had gone to the gourmet food city to purchase mineral water, had been gone for 2 hours. Actually, the entire thing would have taken half an hour, but Zero's agent had been able to guess what Zero was up to with one look. He had not left after stepping out and had watched as Zero went to look for Fang Zhao. Only then had Zero's agent gone to the gourmet food city. However, Zero's agent would pretend that he did not know anything, and he even sat at the gourmet food city for more than an hour after purchasing the mineral water. It was rare that this senior master Zero would actually lower his head and seek help. His agent was just worried that a conflict might arise. Actually, there were still famous actors among the cast that had some relationships with the Renault family, such as the actor playing the role of Great General Renault. He had graduated from a military college. After becoming famous, he'd had frequent dealings with the Renault family and had both means and power. This time, he had been specifically selected by old General Renault for this role. Because of his relation to the Renault family, this actor would also show concern for Zero, but with a lead role, his assignments were too important and he had greater pressure than others. He had been unable to find time to chat with Zero, and when he had finally managed to free up some time, the conversation had not turned out well. Zero had straightaway pissed the other party off. Zero's agent had lamented on countless occasions. If Zero wasn't a Renault and didn't receive the family's protection, he would have long been beaten to death. There were other actors with ties to the Renault family as well, but basically, nobody could calmly have a conversation with Zero that lasted for more than 5 minutes. Zero's agent knew what those other people were thinking when they talked to Zero. "I'm not even your granddad, what reason is there to go along with everything you want? Who can afford to take your mood into consideration at all times? We also have status and power. Who in the cast isn't busy? Who doesn't feel heavily pressured? Being dog-tired every day and emotionally affected by the roles, I don't even have the time to see a psychologist, yet I still have to contend with your moods. How thick-skinned can you be? Which Renault of your generation isn't better than you? At most, I can hug the thighs of other people in the Renault family. If you were not a Renault, you would have been slapped to death a long time ago." Among those of the same age, there didn't seem to be anyone that could stand Zero. Thus, this time, Zero's agent was very worried about Zero going to look for Fang Zhao. Given Zero's moral character, what would happen if he accidentally offended the other party? Given Fang Zhao's military prowess, he could beat up 10 Zeros without breaking a sweat. However, Zero's agent never expected that when he was nervously waiting for Zero to return, Zero would actually come back bubbling with joy, the sort where one had just gotten a cheat code for a game and couldn't wait to try it out. His agent tried to probe. Something good happened. Not telling. Zero's face was full of mystery. He wanted to give everyone a surprise. The day of filming the scene arrived. After many actors in the Lijo film unit had finished their own scenes, they did not leave right away and instead found a spot to observe. Today, Zero, who was being talked about by all the Lijo netizens, had a scene. Zero could not be compared to those few leads or important supporting roles, but he was a character that was where the winds and waves were the strongest. The actors also naturally paid attention to this. They were worried that it would be just as those netizens had said, that Zero would destroy everything. If that was really the case, all their efforts would have been for naught. However, today, Zero was full of drive and was brimming with confidence. There wasn't any hint that he had been affected by all the opinions online. "He seems to be handling the pressure well," someone muttered. "Most likely he just has a simple mind," another actor whispered. Today, the Lijo film unit director was looking all gloomy as usual. "Are you ready yet? Wait a moment." Zero stuffed something into his mouth and signaled the director. "All right. Action." A thunderous roar that seemingly contained a mixture of emotions resounded. "Save people. Who can you save? You are just sacrificing another life. That roar wasn't the sort of shout that Zero had previously so painstakingly forced out. The emotions here were too intense and too real, so much so that it deceived the ears of older actors. When he finished his line, Zero took a large gasp of air. His facial muscles were twitching, his eyes were all red, and they were even glistening with tears. This sort of oppressive fretful feeling that gripped the heart could be even felt from 10 meters away. The director could not help but do a close-up. Surprise. A huge surprise. This was exactly the result he wanted. The director's previously overcast and gloomy expression became clear and sunny. All the other actors and staff that were sitting around spectating had blank looks of shock. Their jaws were almost touching the ground. Is that Zero? Is that really Zero? How has he portrayed it so precisely? Could it be a body double wearing a Zero disguise? Can Zero do an emotional outburst as and when he wants to? Nobody could understand it. How could this idiot have suddenly gained enlightenment? All the previous training classes had not been effective, yet after a few days without seeing him, he had actually transformed so much. At the moment, the other actor opposite Zero was also performing at a high level. His lips were trembling and veins were bulging out of his temples as he silently endured. His fists were clenched, and it appeared as if they were about to fly up to beat the other person if not for him forcibly restraining his emotions. The other person was acting rather well too. His skill could deceive everyone's eyes as well. Previously, the two had kept having frequent flubs. How were they coordinating so well now? Could it be that these two had rehearsed together? Had they been practicing in private? After this portion was over, the director was extremely stirred up. Pass. The gloom on his face had faded, and the director flashed a rare satisfied smile at Zero. Very good, very good. Keep it up. When he had seen those evaluations online, he had really thought that Zero would be a burden and the Lijo chapter film unit would become the laughingstock of other film units. But now it appeared that Zero wasn't too bad when he was serious. Therefore, he still had to give the youngster a chance and some time. He could not be prejudiced against Zero because of what had happened in the past. It seemed like Zero's condition today was really sharp. Sure enough, with a little pressure from the outside world, hadn't Zero achieved this state? Standing at the side, Zero's agent's eyes were feeling irritated. He was so stirred up that his eyes were brimming with warm tears. If not for his surroundings, Zero's agent would be crying. This was too easy. Zero had acted in so many shows, but this was the first time his expressions had radiated the surroundings. Even standing so far away, Zero's agent could really feel that outburst of emotions. That was something only really capable actors could achieve. He had finally taught Zero. Finally brought Zero up. He had finally accomplished the heavy responsibility he had always been shouldering. Accomplished the mission of a specially appointed agent. All sorts of feelings welled up in the agent's heart. As he saw Zero running over, he grinned widely. There was a spring in Zero's every step as he half hopped and half ran like an antelope till he was in front of his agent's face. Before his agent could say anything, Zero exhaled deeply in his face. A dizzying odor wafted into his nostrils. Can you smell it? Zero asked proudly. Zero's agent. There was a hint of despair in his smile. B*LLSH*T acting skills. Zero did not take note of what his agent was going through. Currently, he was elated. This time's success had made him extremely excited. The director that had always had a gloomy face when facing him had actually given some praise. Actually, this director wasn't that bad, he had foresight. The more Zero thought about it, the more pleased he became. Although eating that stuff had been awful indeed, to stimulate his state of mind and for the sake of achieving the result the director wanted, it had all been worth it. How satisfying. That day, Fang Zhao had said that one could invoke some emotions by eating some stuff, for example, garlic. It was best to have the sort that was grown natively on planet Y. The stronger the flavor, the more stimulating it would be. Zero had developed it further and added a little sauce as well. That feeling, he had been able to understand what his character was going through in just a short while. After he had shared his thoughts, Fang Zhao had suggested Zero try it out. Zero had never expected that he would succeed in one try. A pass in one take. Just as he was gloating, the other actor that had just shot with Zero came over. He had a complex expression on his face as he made a sincere request, "Senior Master, in the future, if you are going to do this again, please give me a warning first." Back then, when the odor had wafted over and assaulted his nostrils, his brain had suddenly gotten all dizzy and he had nearly forgotten his lines. No problem, no problem. When Zero was in a good mood, he was very easy to deal with. Zero turned towards his agent and said, "I acted well, right? Was it gut-wrenching?" "But my gut was really wrenching. That was my first test. I probably ate too much garlic and sauce, so my stomach really felt uncomfortable. Didn't Fang Zhao say tea, milk, or other stuff can alleviate it?" "Hey, I forgot to bring the stuff he helped prepare. Hurry, 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 let's go back." Zero dragged his agent along as they left. Zero's agent wasn't too bothered by the scent, which reminiscent of smelly feet. He was worried that Zero might have eaten some unhygienic food. If anything happened to Zero, he would have to carry Zero on his back. No time could be wasted, they did not even return back to their quarters. Instead, Zero's agent brought Zero to the area's hospital for a check. He wouldn't rest easy until Zero had had a thorough checkup. Having gone to the hospital, Zero took some relieving medicine, as there weren't any big problems. After that, Zero fished out a phone and impatiently called someone to share his joy. There was no internet access in the filming area, but everyone here had been issued a phone. This phone could only be used for calls and was limited to the filming area. "Fang Zhao, I have to really thank you this time. Once Season 3's filming wraps up, I'll treat you to a meal at the Gourmet Food City. Hey, by the way, if anybody mentions me, you can just tell them that from now on, in the cast of Founding Era, I, Zero, only need one take to pass." Ha 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 ha. Zero's laughter was especially loud. Zero's agent thought to himself, worry about diarrhea instead of talking nonsense. Zero felt like he was opening a door to a new world. His success today had let him find the navigation lights in his own acting pathway. It was not that he did not have the fundamentals for performing but that he was unable to produce the result that other people wanted. However, if he integrated these sorts of techniques, he would be able to achieve it. On the other end, Fang Zhao had just finished filming a scene. He was currently resting at the side with a few other actors from his unit. In a bit, they would have to continue filming. After Fang Zhao answered the call and learned of what had happened, he had also laughed. In his past life, he had seen a subordinate do something similar for the sake of an assignment. When he had been analyzing Zero's character, Fang Zhao had thought about this method. Zero wasn't a newcomer that knew nothing. With a little oriented stimulation, perhaps this method could be effective. Looking at it now, it really seemed to have been effective. Observing Fang Zhao, an old actor beside him asked, "Who called?" The sound of his laughter sounds a little familiar. "Zero. He says that filming at his end went well." "It took just one take," Fang Zhao replied. The other actors taking a break had shocked expressions on their faces and were doubting their own ears. "Zero? The one from Liezhou? The one who has a good family background but nothing else and only drags everyone else down? Only one take? Were the standards of the Liezhou film unit's director so low? Did the lead director approve? In any case, this was unimaginable." "You believe that?" someone asked Fang Zhao. "I do," Fang Zhao replied. "We will be able to see it for ourselves when the broadcast is out." After Zero ended the call with Fang Zhao, he made calls in succession to people he knew in the cast. "Barbie, I heard that for your Lajo film unit, you take at least 2 takes for many of your scenes. That's no good. I only took 1 take here. I'm not brag." On the other end, Barbara expressionlessly hung up. Zero's lips curled as he heard the beeping sound through the phone. Then he dialed another number. "Hello, Wu Tianhao. I heard your Tongzhou film unit's filming didn't go so smoothly yesterday. You two should attend more training classes and polish your acting skills. Don't just read novels every time filming ends. Go **ck yourself." There was the sound of Wu Tianhao smashing something followed by beeping from the phone. Zero inhaled sharply. How petty. His agent stared blankly at the ceiling. Zero continued to make calls to others. "Didn't you people used to mock me? Now I only took 1 take. Feeling foolish now?" Zero continued to provoke others. "If you can't act, just leave the cast yourself. In the past, you people provoked me. Now I'm the one returning the favor and giving you all pressure. Any slaps I get, I return tenfold." Zero's round of flaunting finally ended and he was in a good mood. He asked his agent, "Fang Zhao has rendered a great service this time around. Do you think I should give him a big red packet? His compensation for this series isn't very high either." "How pitiful." Zero's agent calmly said, "I heard that his endorsement fees have increased multiple times." "How much?" Zero asked, but he wasn't particularly interested. His agent mentioned a figure. Zero, who was prepared to do a charitable deed, felt as if his face had been splashed with cold water. "What the? His endorsement fees are that high?" His agent continued dousing him with cold water. "From what I reckon and from some calculations, I'm telling you that he has more money than us. He really isn't pitiful at all. However, if you act well, when the 3rd season broadcasts, your rates when accepting endorsements won't be too shabby either." "Certainly." Zero's self-confidence, which had just taken a beating, swelled back up. He tossed his phone aside and went to look at the script, studying what he should eat for his next scene and what else he should add in. Lead director Roman had also heard about Zero's 1 take in the Laizhou film unit. He heard about it not from Fang Zhao but rather from Zero himself. Roman was full of doubt when he went to watch the segment filmed by the Laizhou film unit. It was as if he had seen a miracle, and he said, "That improvement is really huge." "I heard he employed some tricks," said a member of the directorial team who had asked around. Roman shook his head. "Not just anyone can use such methods. Do you think nobody has tried this in the past? How many can actually produce a result that is so fitting to the storyline? Zero still has some innate talent, but his innate talent isn't too mainstream. It seemed like he wouldn't need to make a call to Laizhou's governor." As he was lamenting, Roman again asked, "Who gave Zero that idea? This is a good method that has quick effects fit for Zero's character." "I'm not too sure about this, but I heard from someone that Zero went to seek out Fang Zhao. After that, he completed his scene in 1 take, the director in charge of Laizhou film unit said. Roman's creases became deeper from his smiling. "Oh my, Fang Zhao still has this ability. Fang Zhao could produce a miracle when given a rotten piece of wood." What did this mean? This meant that Fang Zhao could still guide others. It meant that Roman's foresight was good. "Look, this is my recommendation." 3 days later, there was yet another scene. Zero, who had once been publicly known as a burden, did it in 1 take yet again. In no time, everyone in the cast knew about this matter. After that, the lead director go-to-line changed. Now, if anyone was out of form, had other ideas, or were not acting conscientiously, Roman would spout, "Take a look at Zero." All the actors felt that this stab by the lead director was especially ruthless. If he spoke about Fang Zhao, they could accept it. Given Fang Zhao's ability and energy in the past few months, they could not find any fault and were already immune to it. However, if Roman brought up Zero, none of the actors could acknowledge it. Shame. Due to the global acclaim and public praise the first season of Founding Era had received, some actors had become conceited when all of it had gone to their heads. Now that they had received such a stab from the lead director, though, they were compelled to return back to before. If they could not compare to Fang Zhao, then so be it, but now they could not even compare to that idiot Zero. Lots of folks were glued to the second season of the Lijo chapter when it aired, hoping to catch Zero in action. They were, as usual, put off by the limited edition bento boxes in the episodes. But some folks felt that things would improve once Zero showed up. He was bound to create tension. Zero's acting style was only suited to nonsensical, exaggerated comedy, not serious period epics like this one. Of course, there were also people who were more charitable. The plot is killing me. At least Zero will provide a change of pace. That's a good perspective to have. Unfortunately, Zero didn't show up until the second half of the season, and his appearances were fleeting. Even his close-ups were momentary. You couldn't make much out of his limited screen time. This was a major disappointment to the eager fans in Lijo. I thought he had been cast in a major role. Turns out he ended up with this paltry bit of screen time. He hasn't picked up his bento box in Season 2 yet, which means he'll show up in Season 3. I wonder if he will get more lines then. Based on my understanding of Zero, his role will definitely get beefier down the road. Otherwise, someone with his personality wouldn't bother with a minor role like this. He'll definitely see more action in Season 3. On one of his internet access days, Zero posted this message on his social media account. Me, Zero, one take only. Shudder in fear, mortals. Picture. The accompanying picture featured an obnoxious-looking Zero making an "oh, yeah" gesture. You could practically feel the cockiness oozing from the photo. The people of Lijo reacted as if they had discovered a new continent. They were downright incredulous. One take only. Is he referring to his latest scene? I don't believe him. I'm not sure if I should believe him, and there's no way to verify his claim now. Let's wait until Season 3 comes out. Why don't we ask the other actors? But the other actors remained silent. Every time they saw a question in the comments section of their social media accounts asking if Zero was telling the truth, they pretended they hadn't seen it. The truth was that they didn't know what to say. However, the director of the Lijo chapter unit reposted Zero's message, adding, "Good job. Keep it up." That was his way of confirming Zero's one-take claim. This made the people of Lijo look forward to Season 3 even more. Even though they were looking forward to the storyline, the series meant something different to the people of Lijo. Zero was the star attraction of the entire Lijo entertainment industry. Many fans loved dissing Zero, but even they had to admit that Zero's presence made the Lijo entertainment industry more interesting. There was never a shortage of news. The Renaults were also looking forward to Zero's scenes. They had confirmed through their own channels how Zero was faring on the set, that the single-take claim was in fact true. Still, they couldn't imagine what the final product would look like. When Season 3 finally aired, Zero's first appearance generated countless dropped jaws. This is Zero. That's gotta be a double, no. Zero can act like that? I'm not buying it, not buying it. They must have swapped someone in. I just studied the footage carefully. It's him all right. What an incredible transformation. What got to him? His performance is so un-Zero-like. What are you suggesting? Could he keep his job if he acted like Zero? It's as if he has had plastic surgery. I can't possibly associate that performance with the Zero I know from previous roles. I was wrong. Zero can act too if he gets serious about it. Soon, the Lijo media was going nuts. One of Lijo's most respected news outlets posted this headline, "I scare myself when I get serious about something." The accompanying graphic was a picture of regular Zero and a screen capture from his role in Season 3. The contrast was stunning. The governor of Lijo even took the time to call Zero. "Zero, I'm watching Season 3 too. You've made tremendous strides. This is worth applauding." The governor used a much gentler tone than he had in previous chats with his grandson. He was less serious. "This is definitely a tough shoot, it's especially grueling, but there's no way out of it," Zero said. He even managed to squeeze in a jab at his father. "Dad says that if I don't do a good job, he's going to break my legs and lock me up at home." The governor took the bait. "Don't be afraid of him. Let me have a chat with him tomorrow." The governor was pondering the matter in his head. He had learned the secret to the so-called improvement from Roman, but Roman also provided balance, conceding that even with the secret boost, not everyone could have delivered the same performance. Zero's successful harnessing of emotion in Season 3 had to have taken quite a bit of work. The governor was worried that Zero would break down if the family pressure kept up. After all, Zero was still young, and his tolerance for pressure was limited. After listening to Zero complain some more about how tough his shoot was, the governor offered a few words of encouragement and hung up. The call lasted exactly 5 minutes. As the chief executive of a continent, the governor was a busy man. The fact that he had taken the time to get in touch with Zero was a major gesture of appreciation. It was impossible for him to stay on the line for 20 or 30 minutes or more. A 5-minute call was already quite long by his standards. On the other end, Zero was thrilled to have his grandfather's approval. Granddad was the most powerful member of the family. As long as he had Granddad's backing, no one else posed a threat. If his foul-mouthed dad kept up his act, Zero would keep reporting him to Granddad. Filming for Season 4 had actually already wrapped up by the time Season 3 aired. The 5th season was about to start shooting, but the actors had a few days off in between. Zero remembered that Fang Zhao was the brains behind his acting turnaround and that he had promised to treat Fang Zhao to dinner, so he gave his fellow cast member a call. "Let's go for a meal at Gourmet Food City. I hear there's a new restaurant and the food is decent." When Fang Zhao got the call, he had just returned from the Y military base. He had nothing else going on, so he said yes. The new restaurant was a fusion place featuring cuisine from all the continents. It didn't take reservations, so Zero and Fang Zhao had to wait when they arrived. "Let's sit on the side for a bit. You can bring me up to date on your filming," Fang Zhao said, pointing to 2 rows of chairs by the reception desk. Unaccustomed to waiting for seating, Zero was already a bit fed up, but he got excited once Fang Zhao mentioned his shoots. Right. I have to give you a proper briefing." What Zero enjoyed the most was bragging to others about his scenes. He still had few lines. He had plenty of time after he was done to prepare for the next scene. Zero wouldn't have been able to complete so many scenes in one take had his scheduling been tighter. But as far as Zero was concerned, the fact that he was completing all these scenes in a single take gave him tons of confidence. This was the first time he had ever felt so good about his acting. He felt as if he could treat all those award-winning actors and actresses like dirt in no time. During his downtime, Zero pondered his next career move. "I think it's about time I come up with a stage name," Zero said. "Is that necessary?" Fang Zhao asked. "Absolutely. I have actually thought of it before, but my agent shot me down. Now, though, I feel like I am in a different stage of my artistic career. What good is an artist without a stage name? My ambition is to become one of Lijo's top contemporary artists." Fang Zhao, that's a worthy goal. So which name do you think I should use? It should be something that stands out, best if it's reminiscent of the old era. It has to have substance and style. It should have personality and be classy at the same time, but I don't want to lose my current name either. I'm thinking something similar that rings familiar. Fang Zhao, how about Samyad? Sounds good. What does it mean? Zero asked. It's the name of an old-era dog species that went extinct. Samoyeds were known as the Smiling Angels, Fang Zhao said. They've gone extinct. Yup. They were dubbed Smiling Angels. Yup. That's it then. I suggest you do some more research during our internet access time. Coming up with a stage name is something you shouldn't rush. You should take it seriously and compare a bunch of names, Fang Zhao advised. That's true. During the conversation, Zero glanced at the entrance to the restaurant. He immediately yelled, "Hey, Wu Tianhao! Why are you running away?" Wu Tianhao had invited a few actors who were party buddies from Tongzhou for dinner. They wanted to enjoy a proper meal during their rare break after slaving away for a season, yet lo and behold, the moment they set foot in the restaurant, Wu Tianhao ran into two people he didn't want to see. He had been getting ready to bolt when he'd been spotted by Zero. Wu Tianhao had no choice but to retreat. He raised his voice. "Who's running? Are you bloody blind?" Wu Tianhao's dinner companions stayed silent. The two people facing off were both descendants from prominent families, one from Tongzhou's Wu family, the other a member of the Renault family in Liezhou. It was best if they didn't butt in on an argument between these two. Wu Tianhao's good spirits had evaporated. Fang Zhao and Zero were always being held up by the director as model actors, especially for their contemporaries. Wu Tianhao had acting chops, but he couldn't manage to complete all his scenes in one take. It was okay that he couldn't emulate Fang Zhao, but not being able to match Zero was a downright insult. They were both descendants of storied generals, and online pundits loved to compare actors with this kind of lineage. Zero used to make everyone look good, but now his acting skills were suddenly off the charts, be it by gimmick or other means. The bottom line was that Zero's performances turned out well and viewers bought into them. The former critics now heaped praise with the same intensity they used to pour scorn on him, and they often used Zero to diss actors from other continents. Wu Tianhao really didn't want to see these two. They killed his appetite. But Zero was in a hospitable mood. He waved at Wu Tianhao's party vigorously. "Come, come. The more the merrier. Let's eat together. It's on me." That comment irked Wu Tianhao. "No need. It's on me tonight." But Zero stood firm. "I got here first, so of course it's on me." Wu Tianhao couldn't afford to lose face. "You think Daddy can't afford a simple meal?" He had told his dinner companions that he was treating tonight. If Zero ended up buying, who knew what they would say? "Ha, and you're suggesting I can't?" Once Zero's stubbornness came out, there was no stopping him. The Tongzhou actors that Wu Tianhao had invited were dumbfounded. Are they really arguing over such a petty matter? Really? It seemed like a battle of egos, but it also came across as an excuse to stir trouble. If they started a fight, Zero would definitely not be a match for Wu Tianhao, but Zero had Fang Zhao. It was hard to say who had the upper hand. The back and forth led nowhere. Wu Tianhao made a resounding noise from cracking his knuckles. He wanted to beat the crap out of Zero, no doubt, but he held back on account of Fang Zhao. It would be an even bigger loss of face if he lost. In their hearts, both Wu Tianhao and Zero viewed the other as a stumbling block in their path to superstardom. Given their similar lineages, they were often compared. They themselves liked to draw the comparison. Achievement-wise, Wu Tianhao didn't think he was inferior to Zero, but Zero had the upper hand in one area. Zero was backed by the governor of Liezhou, who doted on him. Everyone knew this. As long as Zero didn't go too far, someone would clean up his mess. Meanwhile, Wu Tianhao had to watch himself. Even though the Wus were the most prominent family in Tongzhou, the governor of Tongzhou was a straight arrow. He never played favorites when dealing with the younger members of his family. Secure in the knowledge that he had backup, Zero was especially carefree, and he loved to mouth off. Every time Wu Tianhao saw the uninhibited look on Zero's face, it drove him nuts, and now Zero was always being held up as an example by Roman. That pissed Wu Tianhao off even more. Meanwhile, from Zero's end, the reason he disliked Wu Tianhao was simple: anyone more good-looking and more pretentious than he was ended up on his *T list. The fact is that there were many reasons Zero and Fang Zhao had become close. Fang Zhao had helped Zero out, and they were business partners on several projects. Fang Zhao also wasn't double-faced around him and wasn't easily riled. Of course, as far as Zero was concerned, there was another important factor: Fang Zhao wasn't as good-looking as he was. Zero had gushed secretly more than once. Fang Zhao isn't as handsome as I am. When Fang Zhao had invited Zero to invest in Y, Zero had been motivated mainly out of curiosity and the planet's prospects. They had been business partners. Back then, he'd had few folks he could shoot the breeze with, and Wu Tianhao's dojo had seemed interesting, so he had liked looking Wu up when he was free. Now things were different, especially after they had joined the same production. It was as if they were facing off in a coliseum. They liked comparing themselves and competing on everything. Take the current dispute, for example. As far as the others were concerned, who picked up the tab was a trivial matter, and yet the two of them were butting heads and refusing to concede 1 inch, as if being able to pay the bill was a major victory. Childish. That was what everyone else present thought. Judging that the feud was going nowhere, Fang Zhao, who had been a quiet bystander, asked a waiter for a pen and a piece of paper. The waiter was curious, so he looked on. He couldn't follow Fang Zhao's finger, but before he knew it, the piece of paper had been transformed into a small piece of dice. Fang Zhao used the pen to mark its 6 surfaces with an increasing number of dots. "Let's use this to decide," Fang Zhao said. The two parties in the cockfight-like standoff looked over. When he figured out what Fang Zhao was holding, Wu Tianhao gave a knowing smile. "Ah, so we are kindred spirits." Fang Zhao smiled and said, "The decision of who to pick up the tab is still up to you. How about the one who throws the odd number pay the bill?" Wu Tianhao was about to smile, but he suppressed himself. He glanced at Zero. "I'm okay with this." "So am I," Zero said. Fang Zhao handed them the paper dice. Wu Tianhao gestured at Zero with his chin. "You first." Zero abruptly withdrew his hand, which had already reached out for the dice. "I don't need any favors from you. You first." This time, Wu Tianhao didn't refuse. He took the paper dice from Fang Zhao, weighed it and fumbled with it, then tossed it casually onto a neighboring table with a confident smile. After rolling on the table a few times, the dice landed with 1 dot on top. The smile on Wu Tianhao's face instantly grew. "It's settled, then. This meal's on me. What are you so cocky about? I haven't tossed yet." Zero weighed the paper dice in the same manner as Wu Tianhao without seeming to reach any conclusions. He tossed it on the table. The dice rolled from one end to another, dropped to the floor, and rolled a few more times before stopping. Wu Tianhao looked and burst out laughing. "It's 2. You have nothing to say now, do you? Unless you want to play foul." Zero was indeed about to propose a rematch, but he caught himself. "I'm not that type of person." Fang Zhao said, "Then this meal is on Wu Tianhao. Next time, Zero will pick up the tab." The others in the party were incredulous. Will there be a next time?" But in fact, Zero was feeling much better. "So be it, I'll treat next time, then. I threw a 2, after all, a larger number than Wu Tianhao." That line of thinking improved his mood. It was finally their turn to be seated. They were all young men, so naturally, they craved meat. All they ordered were meat dishes. They also asked for a barbecue platter. Good food always served as a mood changer. Despite being on the verge of a fistfight just moments ago, the two rivals were now *ting together. After downing a few glasses of alcohol, the actors invited by Wu Tianhao also loosened up. They started chatting about the founding era storyline and when each character ended up with a bento box. Those were tough times. We are just acting. We're probably experiencing only 1/10 of the hardship our characters felt in reality. How would we have survived if we actually lived in the period of destruction? Zero was engrossed in **ting with Wu Tianhao when that comment caught his attention. He interjected, "There's an old saying, a lone cat will always die young and a flock always thrives." In other words, once a community reaches a critical mass, their chances of survival improve vastly. If I were born in that era, I'd definitely band together with other folks. Zero then turned toward Wu Tianhao and said, "You were the one who told me the saying." Wu Tianhao went blank. "Wait, when did I tell you that?" "It was definitely you. You were telling me about this novel at your new dojo. The title was Soaring in the Skies and Escaping the Earth, or something like that. You mentioned quite a few couplets. That's when you told me that saying. I remember it clearly." Zero pointed to his skull, then pointed at Wu Tianhao. "What's wrong with your head? Your memory is deteriorating." Wu Tianhao fumed, pounding his palm on the table. ***T. I swear I never said that." The actor sitting next to Wu Tianhao tried to suppress his laughter in vain. He whispered, "What he means is, a lone wolf always dies young and a pack always thrives, right? I think we learned it in Chinese class." The table went silent. All eyes shifted to Zero. Zero rubbed his chin, not the least bit embarrassed. "Maybe. Oh, it's the same thing." The others stared at Zero as if he were a lone mushroom thriving in a desert. What an oddball. Wu Tianhao, pig brain. Huh, glad you realized you're a bit pig-brained. Quick, eat some more so you're properly nourished, Zero said. Wu Tianhao's hands, which he had placed on the table, slithered toward the edge of the table. He tried to flip the tabletop. No luck. Desperately wanting to shove all the dishes on the table onto Zero's face, Wu Tianhao tried again. Still no luck. That's weird. The table definitely wasn't bolted to the ground. Wu Tianhao scanned the other folks seated at the table, his gaze eventually landing on Fang Zhao's hand, which was placed on the tabletop. He squinted. Fang Zhao returned Wu Tianhao's glare with a friendly smile. He took the fresh dish being served by a waiter with his other hand, withdrew the hand pressing the tabletop and started serving the barbecued meat to everyone in clockwise order. He served Wu Tianhao the biggest chunk on the plate. Wu Tianhao glanced at Fang Zhao, then gave Zero a look. He gauged the mood and felt his rage subside. Why bother with an idiot like Zero? Be classy. Be generous. People are watching. A veteran actor was sitting at the next table, as was an actress Wu Tianhao had the hots for. Can't leave a bad impression. If he actually flipped the tabletop, he would have no class left. Damn, I was almost blinded by my anger at Zero. As for Fang Zhao, Wu Tianhao had mixed feelings. Members of the Wu family had the utmost respect for people who were competent, especially folks who were good fighters, and judging from the situation, Fang Zhao didn't mean to instigate him. Fine, I won't cause trouble today. So Wu Tianhao kept chit-chatting with Zero. Fang Zhao was pleased. These two kids are well behaved tonight. He had noticed that even though the actors invited by Wu Tianhao hid their emotions well, they were still a bit depressed because they were still in character. Although they were enjoying a day off, they were still in a bad headspace. The argument between Wu Tianhao and Zero provided a timely distraction. Their thoughts were diverted elsewhere. After the meal, Wu Tianhao paid the bill and left with his entourage. He threw Fang Zhao a knowing glance before he took off. Fang Zhao, let's have fun together sometime when we're free. Have fun doing what? Zero asked. None of your bloody business. Wu Tianhao bolted without looking back. Zero was going to press Fang Zhao for details, but he got a call from his agent about a possible endorsement deal, so he dropped the line of questioning and headed back to his dorm room first. Fang Zhao also returned to his dorm room, but he decided to jog back instead of catching a ride with Zero. The dorm complex was quite empty when Zero arrived. The cast of Founding Era was on vacation. The actors were either resting in their rooms or binge-eating at Gourmet Food City. Zero was about to head upstairs when someone called his name. "Sorry to bother. Could I have a few minutes of your time?" Zero looked over. The man who had just spoken was quite good-looking, just slightly less handsome than he was. "Yup, he's on my sh** list." "Who are you?" Zero asked. The man choked a bit. He probably hadn't expected Zero not to recognize him. He was quite popular in Yenzhou and had a sizable fan base around the world. Even if Zero couldn't recall his name, surely Zero should recognize his face, no? But Zero glared at him as if looking at a stranger. "My name is Si Lu. I'm an actor who appears in the Yenzhou chapter." Si Lu had been about to give a lengthy self-introduction, but Zero clearly wasn't in the mood, so he kept things short. Zero became slightly less confrontational when he realized the man wasn't an actor from Liezhou. "Oh, you're from Yenzhou. What is it?" "I've run into some trouble with my acting. I was wondering whether the methods you use to improve your acting might come in handy," Si Lu said. While Zero's recent rise had its doubters with some senior figures in the industry questioning his technique, the success of the third season of the Liezhou chapter had silenced most critics. Zero's performance had clearly turned out well. Si Lu was struggling with his role, and his main scenes were about to come in the fifth season. He wasn't in his element. He had just returned from asking fellow actors for pointers, which had turned out to not be very helpful, when he had run into Zero. So he had decided to give Zero a shot too. Zero glared at his fellow cast member like was looking at an idiot. "Of course they come in handy, but they might not be useful for you. Also, why don't you look up Fang Zhao? He's from Yenzhou too. It's much easier talking to him. You Yenzhou actors are weird. Isn't it common sense to ask questions if you have trouble with something? And you have someone available for that purpose, yet here you are seeking out an outsider." In fact, Zero simply didn't want the hassle. He was in a hurry to get back to his room. He was worried about the potential endorsement deal his agent had mentioned. Also, Zero was convinced that his secret weapon worked on him alone. That was what Roman had said. He wasn't making stuff up. Si Lu froze, and Zero waved him off and said, "Okay, go look up Fang Zhao. He's an actor and an official consultant to the production. He's also filming on the same set as you are." With that comment, Zero bolted. He mumbled as he left, something wrong with his head. Si Lu stayed put. His face twitched when he heard Zero's parting comment. He was in a bind. He wanted to consult Fang Zhao, but they weren't signed to the same company. He was signed to Neon Culture, one of Silverwing's traditional rivals. His agent had warned him before his shoot to stay away from Silverwing artists lest he get conned without knowing. So should he approach Fang Zhao in this case or not? Si Lu was at a loss. Fang Zhao was able to guide Zero, and as a member of the consultant team, he would surely be even more familiar with the Yenzhou chapter and would understand the roles better. Perhaps Fang Zhao's understanding was much deeper than other actors, but he would be willing to listen to reasonable remarks. Si Lu had a habit. Whenever he was distressed, he liked to go to a gym and hit the weights. There was an exercise level in every building in the housing area, but there were many people there. Apart from this, there was also a health center that Si Lu loved to visit. There was actually another place specifically for the leads and important supporting roles of each film unit. The conditions there were even better and there was more personal space. The only problem was that Si Lu could not get in as he wasn't qualified enough. Although the cast and crew were on vacation today, there were still many people in the health center. Some people would visit the gourmet food city to relieve some stress, whereas others would visit the health center to relieve all their pent-up stress and frustrations after a season of filming. Si Lu was also a frequent visitor here. When he entered, he saw familiar faces from each continent's film unit. He did not greet anyone, and nobody bothered him. Although everyone was training their bodies, they all had their own train of thoughts. Greeting others could be considered disturbing them, so here, nobody would hastily talk to another unless they were friends. It hadn't been like this at the start, but as season after season went by, this strange atmosphere had arisen. Sometimes, when one was being polite, from another's point of view, it was like one was asking about their entire family. Therefore, when one entered the health center and saw a senior from the showbiz circles, not greeting the other party wasn't considered a form of disrespect. As Si Lu was training, he considered whether he should go seek out Fang Zhao. At this moment, Fang Zhao had just entered the health center after running around the gourmet food city. Although he had just ran, he wasn't sweating, there was only some sand and dirt on his body. As Fang Zhao had an important role in the cast, he had the privilege of using the special gym. However, he had loaned his right to another actor in the same company. That actor needed some physical training and a quiet environment. The other exercise areas had too many people, and the special gym for leads and important supporting roles was a little better. Fang Zhao did not have many requirements for such things, so he had temporarily loaned his access card to that other actor. The people at this health center frequently saw Fang Zhao. Knowing that he had lent his access card to others, they were quite envious of that other actor. If they could, they would naturally use a quieter and more personal environment for their own training. It was just too bad that there were too many actors and resources were limited. They could only blame themselves for not being capable enough to snag a lead role. Si Lu also saw Fang Zhao, and he paused his training. He was hesitating on whether to go over, but before he decided, Fang Zhao had entered another training room. Fang Zhao had entered a room with lots of sandbags. There were a few actors training there already. There were more people using sandbags here. Fang Zhao walked over to the side with suspended sandbags. This was the area with the largest ones. The people here were already used to this sight. There were also people who had once tried to punch these sandbags and injured their fists. Therefore, those suspended sandbags were basically only used by Fang Zhao. Even when there were many people in the health center, this area would still be empty. When actors from every continent came here to train and observed Fang Zhao's fighting prowess, they came to this conclusion: he can fight. He could hit such a large and hard sandbag. If this wasn't considered being able to fight well, then what was? As some people watched Fang Zhao start to hit the sandbags once more, a few of them started to discuss in muted voices. "Look, Fang Zhao is hitting that sandbag again. That sandbag is really pitiful, it gets beaten up every few days." "You are mistaken. That isn't the previous sandbag. The health center has changed to a new one again. I heard that the previous one was beaten till it broke. No, I think the sandbag is changed after every session. Really impressive. Do you want to go and practice with Fang Zhao? The people from our continent do not have much interaction with Fang Zhao. Why don't you go and practice with Fang Zhao first?" The person who was asked looked at the new sandbag and then looked at Fang Zhao before vigorously shaking his head and replying, "No way. If he doesn't control his strength properly, what happens if I get crippled? My small frame won't be able to withstand a punch of his. He can fight so well, why is he an actor? He can go over to the Muzhou arena and be a boxer. One can earn more than an actor over there." Someone else interrupted them. "Just a gentle reminder, Fang Zhao's actual profession is composer. He held his first career concert just last year. He graduated from Qian Academy of Music, which is a top-tier school in Yenzhou for the arts." The other two silently pondered for some time before replying, "Then the question is, why does he want to be an actor? Is competing with us for our livelihood very fun? Fang Zhao did not know that he was being discussed. It was not that he could not hear, but whenever he came, he would not put in extra effort to take note of what other people were talking about. Otherwise, if he really wanted to, he could hear them even over the muffled sounds of all the sandbags being hit. Since joining the cast of Founding Era, other actors had also suffered from negative emotions. Although Fang Zhao himself was more clear-headed, he wasn't entirely unaffected. He would also recall stuff that had happened before, and he wasn't completely at peace. Actually, Fang Zhao wished that he could shoot to let off steam, but there were no shooting ranges that fit his requirement here. 80% of the guns provided by the production team weren't real. Props were made in the image of guns from the period of destruction, and not many bullets were manufactured, as the production team was taking safety into account. Therefore, Fang Zhao would punch some sandbags every few days. The largest sandbag here was actually set up according to a special request from Fang Zhao. He could hit it without any problems, but if other people tried, they would hurt their fists. Fang Zhao also paid for the cost of replacing damaged sandbags out of his own pocket. He would not let the production team pay for them. After his session, when Fang Zhao came out, someone called his name. Fang Zhao. Si Lu had finally set his resolve and had kept watch over the door. When he saw Fang Zhao, he got a little excited and his voice was a little loud. Others present there simultaneously turned to look over. Aware that he had caused a disturbance, Si Lu made an apologetic gesture toward his surroundings. Then he took a deep breath, walked in front of Fang Zhao, and opened his mouth. There were many people around, including a number of familiar faces from Yenzhou. He was embarrassed. Originally, he had thought quite a bit about what to say, but the word that came out of his mouth was, train. Everyone else. A real warrior. Especially those that had come out behind Fang Zhao, when they heard what Si Lu had said, they flashed him a thumbs up. His courage was commendable, but he wasn't being sensible. The large damaged sandbag that was hanging inside resembled a dead body. Even people who did not know the fate of the large sandbag had heard of Fang Zhao's capability. In the 4 successive seasons of filming, Fang Zhao was the only one that had not used a body double. Even the fight choreographer and people invited from military districts had said that if Fang Zhao was in the military, he would not be much different from special forces or elite troops. Training with Fang Zhao. Was he not thinking things through? Was he under too much pressure? Si Lu came to his senses after speaking and wanted to give himself a slap. Why did I say such a thing? I'm asking to be brutalized. Surely I have been under too much pressure, thus my brain isn't working too well. Si Lu was regretting and praying that Fang Zhao rejected him. Following that, he heard Fang Zhao reply, sure. Where shall we go? Fang Zhao pointed to a site not too far away. Normally, when actors wanted to practice and coordinate for their roles, they would head over there. Fang Zhao had just seen the people inside come out and it was empty now. Si Lu clenched his jaw and said, all right. Half an hour later, Fang Zhao and Si Lu came out one after the other. Fang Zhao grabbed his coat and bag and returned to his living quarters. There didn't seem to be anything different about him. As for Si Lu, he appeared dejected. He grimaced whenever he moved his arm. Clearly he was in pain. An actor came over to ask him, were you beaten up? Si Lu shook his head. No. The others did not believe him, but they did not probe further and instead said, you weren't hit in the face, nor did you receive serious wounds, so it's all fine as long as it doesn't affect filming. Si Lu could not be bothered to explain further when he saw the looks of pity he was getting from the others. Now he was feeling vexed. He had said to train, but actually, Fang Zhao had given it to him. To make a similar analogy, it was like a master sparring with some young disciples. Clearly he was older than Fang Zhao by a few decades. Si Lu did not spend much longer in the health center, soon taking his things and returning to his quarters as well. Sitting down, Si Lu felt rather relaxed despite his body being physically exhausted. A fight was indeed the best way to vent. His room wasn't like the single room that Fang Zhao had, it was a double room. However, his actor roommate had already received a bento box at the end of season 4, and if he wished to stay on, he would have to arrange for other accommodations at his own expense, and the conditions would not be as good. Now only Si Lu was left here, and it was a peaceful environment to ponder in. Si Lu once again checked the message his manager had sent him when he'd last had internet access. Besides inquiring about his filming situation and physical condition, Si Lu's manager had also exhorted what should be done and how to handle different matters as well as to guard against people from Silver Wing. Si Lu wasn't a person with a very high IQ. He had gotten where he was today partly because of his own qualifications and partly because he had an extremely capable manager. Although he would be getting his bento box in the upcoming season 5, the role he played had some distinguishing features. When the time came for him to receive his bento box, his popularity would be there. Nowadays, his popularity in Yenzhou was also much higher than before. He actually wasn't a person that hesitated a lot. He had gotten to these heights today and achieved so much because he relied on advice and plans from his company, his manager, and the teams behind him. His family members also told him to listen to these teams' arrangements and not to act by himself in case he was deceived and lost all the things he had worked so hard to achieve. But now he had run into some difficulty. He would be receiving his bento box in the 5th season, and it was the most crucial time for this role of his, yet he couldn't find his form now and wasn't able to produce a satisfactory result. If this went on, when it came to the filming, he might not be able to succeed even after many takes. Si Lu held a prop knife in his hands. This was the knife the character he played in the series used. He had applied for permission to bring it back so that he could gain some inspiration, but now it was as if his mind was enveloped in a thick fog. He just wasn't able to do anything. After pondering for quite some time in his room, Si Lu decided that he would still seek out Fang Zhao. From what had happened today, Fang Zhao actually wasn't as scary as Si Lu's agent had said he was. Fang Zhao had practiced with him and had not even made any attacks. The reason his fists were hurting was because Fang Zhao's bones and muscles were too hard. On the other hand, after Fang Zhao returned to his room, he had a routine meal to replenish the energy used up that day. When he remembered the encounter with an actor named Si Lu today, Fang Zhao made a mental note. When some people acted, the personality they exuded would inundate the role they played in the series, but there were also some whose personalities would get overshadowed by the roles they played, and it would impact them throughout their lives. It would be fine if it was some sunny series, but Founding Era was just like the psychologists had said, a dark and gloomy forest. It was too dangerous for just anybody to step in. If a person was not careful, he would be engulfed whole. The more important the part, the longer one touched upon the role, the longer he would be immersed in it. It was fine if it were just a 2 or 3 hour movie or a series with something like 10 episodes, but Founding Era was too long. Every chapter was forecasted to have 10 seasons, and each season had 30 episodes. The actors spent too much time immersed in their roles. Today, when Fang Zhao had seen the aura that Si Lu was exuding, it had been clear that Si Lu had been deeply influenced by his role, but it couldn't be considered too serious. Of course, Fang Zhao had been able to see that the other party had had other stuff he wanted to say, but Si Lu had not voiced it. After Fang Zhao finished his meal, the doorbell rang. When he opened the door, Si Lu stood outside with an apologetic look on his face. "Sorry for disturbing you. I have encountered some difficulty. Is it convenient for you to have a listen and give me some suggestions?" Zero said that if we in the Yenzhou film unit have any questions, you are the best person to seek. After all, Si Lu did not wish to seek out Zero again. When Zero talked, he pissed people off too easily. Fang Zhao knew what Si Lu meant, and his gaze went to Si Lu's hands. "You didn't bring the knife." "No." Si Lu scratched his head in embarrassment. He had not brought his knife along when seeking help. Wouldn't he get mistaken for a gang member? However, when Si Lu heard Fang Zhao mention the knife, he had more confidence in Fang Zhao. The character he played was someone whose knife never left his hands. "Come in." Fang Zhao poured a glass of water and handed it over. Si Lu accepted it courteously. "Thanks." But he didn't dare to drink. His manager had mentioned to him many times that he should not randomly drink anything that others handed over. He was to guard against people even if they were from the same company. Everyone was a competitor, who knew if the other party might have some motives and add something else to the drink. Before joining the cast, his manager had exhorted repeatedly that he should guard against other actors, especially those from rival companies, such as Silver Wing. Even if the other party might seem extremely cordial and friendly, he should still remain cautious. Work stress, mental stress, and the occasional bad weather already made it unbearable. With the runs added on, one would be half dead. Now, should he drink the glass of water that Fang Zhao had handed over? "Do you wish to understand more about Qi Guan as a person?" Fang Zhao asked. Qi Guan was the character that Si Lu portrayed in the series. "Yes." Si Lu perked up, his attention leaving the glass of water. He continued earnestly, "I have read a lot of resources, but like before, his image is still indistinct. The script doesn't present Qi Guan in a detailed enough manner either. When I was acting, the previous few episodes were still all right, but Season 5 is a crux period. I want to act this role well and portray this role, this person, even better. I heard that you were a consultant team member for the Yenzhou chapter and so probably understand more about that portion of history. Perhaps you know more than me, so I came over to seek your help. Qi Guan, that person was very special. He wasn't suited to be born in peaceful times. The period of destruction was considered hell for others, but he was a natural there. His ideology was more primitive, and he liked to use knives but not guns. His senses were also not ordinary. In his own words, the strong did not need help, and he only helped the weak. Therefore, he could stand aside and watch coldly as many capable and strong people died, yet he could also sacrifice himself for the sake of two weak researchers. His body was never found. Fang Zhao remembered this person, Qi Guan. He had once requested Qi Guan join his own squad, but he'd been rejected. "We are not the same kind of people." This had been Qi Guan's reply before he had picked up his long and slender knife and left without turning to look back once. He was just like those wandering swordsmen of old. Everything he did was based on his own guts. Even if other people had differing views, he would simply not give a damn. He seemingly appeared not to care about other stuff, yet he had his own principles and was obstinate. In a sense, he wasn't one of the good guys, but he wasn't entirely a heinous person either. After Fang Zhao's rebirth, he had looked through some resources left behind from the founding era. Every person that had been shifted into the cemetery of martyrs had had to go through many rounds of audits. Some people were not fond of Qi Guan's style of handling things, and during the founding era, when graves had been shifted, there had been some people who opposed it. Ultimately, however, his body had still been moved to the cemetery of martyrs. In later generations, his deeds were considered very great, because some of the people he had saved had ended up as doctors that researched many antiviral vaccines and were among the first batch of senior members that founded the Academy of Science headquarters. Back then, Qi Guan would never have thought that he would save such great scientists. In Qi Guan's grave at the Cemetery of Martyrs, there were no skeletal remains, just a battle-worn knife. When his grave had been built, it had been that doctor who had personally placed that knife in Qi Guan's grave. Today, the knife in the museum was just a replica. The prop knife that Si Lu was using for filming had been replicated according to the one in the museum. At the moment, Si Lu sat on the sofa listening attentively to Fang Zhao's analysis of Qi Guan. When he regained his senses, he found himself midway through drinking the water. Looking at the glass again, there was only half left. Si Lu. In the 10 minutes that had passed, he had actually, unintentionally drunk half the glass. Would he get a stomachache? Was there any poison inside? It was not that Si Lu always thought about the worst that could happen but that his manager frequently scared him this way. Yet Si Lu did not have any time to remain at a loss. Compared to this, he still wished to hear from Fang Zhao more about the stuff that Qi Guan had done. What was getting poisoned compared to this? The Qi Guan that Fang Zhao spoke about was slightly different than the Qi Guan that Si Lu had researched through various resources, but this brought the person to life even more. Si Lu couldn't help but feel that the records of Qi Guan in the resources were a little phony and incomplete, like it was a soul that was missing something important. But when he listened to what Fang Zhao had to say, Si Lu's previously muddled thoughts seemingly started to get clearer. What Fang Zhao spoke about was the crucial point, and it was what Si Lu had been so anxious to know. As he spoke, Fang Zhao walked over to where a music keyboard was placed. This was where he normally went to when he wanted to compose. Qi Guan was someone Fang Zhao had not seen in a long time, and when he was brought up, Fang Zhao subconsciously placed his hands on the keyboard. A key was pressed, and the sound of a string instrument pinged out. Regarding the person named Qi Guan, in life, he was the wind. One in death, he drifted away in the wind. It wasn't that different. Si Lu had no idea whether it was the impact of Fang Zhao's words or the magic from the musical notes, but he found himself being thoroughly immersed in his thoughts. To heed not the outcome, to spare no effort. A moment, a day, a month, a season, a year, a cycle, a lifetime. Directly delving into his conscience. Perhaps this was his life's principles. When Si Lu had obtained the script and when he had researched his character, what he had seen was a loner in the wilderness who had no companions, but maybe that wasn't the case. Si Lu had thought that when Qi Guan had been facing death's door, he might have been like other people and have had more sentiments. However, that might not have been the case. It was as if Si Lu could peek into his own mind and see those gloomy and depressing sentiments. When the sun was hidden behind the earth, there would only be chills when the wind blew. He apparently saw the solitary figure in the wilderness, but at the end of the journey, his heart wasn't as fretful as it had been in the beginning. When contemplating, he was seemingly unresigned and somewhat desolate. But after that, those emotions were gone. It was as if he could hear the songs in the night breeze, as if he could see a star falling into a lake and glowing as brightly as before. The surrounding world was as quiet as the deep sea. Shutting his eyes, opening his eyes, faintly smiling. No more being unresigned, no longer desolate. In life, he was the wind. In death, he drifted in the wind. A wanderer wasn't bound by borders. Si Lu clenched his fist, yet his heart was empty. "Where's my knife?" Si Lu muttered. "You left it in your own room." Fang Zhao removed his finger that had been striking the keyboard. Si Lu turned around and left. If this were the old him, he would have courteously said something, but now, he did not say anything. Fang Zhao watched the door close and sighed. It had already been 500, going on 600, years since those people had left. Elsewhere, having returned from Fang Zhao's place, Si Lu spent the next few days staying in his room, all the way until filming for Season 5 of the Founding Era Yanzhou chapter began. In the cast, Si Lu lost his normal reserved and polite demeanor and was more unrestrained. He was more unbridled, yet he constrained himself to a small area. His knife never left his hands. The people in the cast and crew were aware of the change in Si Lu, but they did not say anything unnecessary. They were all in the same industry and could understand what these circumstances implied. The director was happy knowing that Si Lu had found his form, yet he was also worried that Si Lu would not be able to shed his character after filming concluded. On the day when filming for his role wrapped up, the director noticed Si Lu still standing there blankly, and he went over to pat Si Lu on the shoulders. "Go pay a visit to Dr. Dai after this." The director also got someone to collect the prop knife and put it away. Since Si Lu's scenes in the series were completed, it was better to collect these sorts of props, just to be safe. The directing team had too many people that had the same sort of circumstances as Si Lu. This wasn't a rare phenomenon. As the series went on, there would be even more actors like this. Yesterday, he had even heard someone from the psychologist team advise director Roman to increase the number of psychologists. "Hey, yet another one who has sunk in and can't get out," said a staff member of the production team to his colleague as they watched Si Lu, who seemed in a daze. "After some visits to the psychologists and some time, he'll be fine and will be able to shed his character." The cast and crew were too busy. Even if they were actors from the same company or even good friends, nobody could spare the time to take care of others. Therefore, the production team staff that was in charge of handling these people would bring these actors over to the psychologists as soon as possible to receive therapy. The production team did not wish for the actors' mental states to be affected because of this series. Si Lu was just like a robot, and he listened to the staff's instructions, changed out of his costume, washed the bloodstains off his body, took a bath, put on a set of new clothing, and headed to the psychologist to receive treatment. By the time he returned from the psychologists, it had already turned dark. Si Lu wasn't as dazed as he had been before, but the staff did not leave. They instead brought him to the dining hall to collect the fragrant, extravagant, and abundant bento box. "Have a good meal, and rest for the next few days. You must be tired after filming for so long, but you can wake up as late as you want to tomorrow," the staff member said as he handed the bento box to Si Lu. Receiving the bento box, Si Lu mumbled, "Thanks," and then turned around to leave. When he returned to his quarters, Si Lu placed the bento box on the table and did not move as he sat in front of the table in a daze. The dishes were clearly impeccable, but Si Lu just had no desire to eat. As before, his hands felt empty, and he didn't wish to pick up any utensils. Si Lu covered up the box and continued to stare blankly. When Fang Zhao came over after finishing his filming, Si Lu's boxed meal still hadn't been touched. Fang Zhao had seen the filming of Si Lu's scenes today. The filming had been very good, but as before, Si Lu's mental state seemed a little bit off. Even though Si Lu had visited the psychologist, Fang Zhao couldn't help but worry and had come over to visit. "Can't bear to?" Fang Zhao asked. Si Lu replied softly. Unresigned, reluctant, apprehensive, melancholic, just like a cavalryman who had lost his horse or a monk who had lost his religious way. However, these feelings were not because of the role, rather, they were Si Lu's own feelings. Even though his part in the series was over, he was still being impacted by the role. When filming, Si Lu had felt that Qi Guan was himself in another world. And now, it was time to part with the role he played, time to bid farewell to his other self. Sighing deeply, Si Lu removed the lid of the box meal once again with trembling fingers. Picking up his utensils, he started eating ceremoniously, one bite at a time. He was unable to control his tears as large droplets trickled into the bento box. Si Lu finished every single grain of food and every single drop of his drink. Following that, he wiped his face and told Fang Zhao, "Please wait a minute." With that, Si Lu hurried into the washroom. When he came out, his face no longer showed any trace that he had been crying. "Let's take a photo together. I'll post it up on my social platform to thank you for your help. I am really very grateful." Fang Zhao had no objections. After taking the photo, he didn't stay and bother Si Lu. Right now, what Si Lu needed was some personal space and time to recover his mental state. After Fang Zhao left, Si Lu edited the photograph and set it to automatically upload to his social platform. The assignment his manager had given him was to update his goings-on whenever he had internet access, so as to let his fans know what he was up to. The psychologist had scheduled a follow-up session for 3 days later. Only when he was given the all-clear would he be able to leave the cast. Now he just felt really tired. His body and soul were weary, and he needed to have a few days of good sleep. On the second day, Si Lu was woken up by the reverberating beeps of his communications device. Si Lu opened his eyes just a little. Not knowing where he was, he reached out mechanically to answer the call. Hello. The thundering howl of his manager came through from the other end. Do you wish to change jobs? At a loss, Si Lu looked at the time and was astonished to find out that today was actually Internet Access Day. Time passed by so quickly. I thought there were still 2 days. However, on the other end, when his manager saw him not saying anything, he assumed that that was indeed Si Lu's intention. He got even angrier, and his roars were louder. You didn't even take a photograph of the bento box, but you took a photograph with Fang Zhao, even saying, thank you. What are you trying to imply? Do you want to jump ship and join Silver Wing? Now that you are famous, you have more guts and want to revolt. I have said this many times, stay away from Silver Wing's personnel. Is this how you repay me? Si Lu thought back and suddenly remembered. Oh, I forgot to take a photograph of the bento box. It seemed like his manager had even told him to find a proper angle when taking a photo of the bento box before and had mentioned many photography techniques. He had actually forgotten all about it. Now that you have found a new backer, a new master, you wish to kick away all of us that have put in our utmost to help push you up. One moment I was guiding the teams to help you chart out your developmental plans, and the next moment I find you posting this sort of stuff. Si Lu, King have the guts. No, you are mistaken. Si Lu hurriedly explained. Si Lu had gone from being a small insignificant actor to where he was today thanks to the toiling from his manager and the teams behind him. He really had no intention of jumping ship, all he had wanted was to tell everyone that the reason he had been able to find the best form to portray his character was thanks to Fang Zhao. Because his mood had still been somewhat stifled when he had edited his status, he had only written down 2 words, thank you. He had never expected it to cause this sort of trouble. After Si Lu had explained the before and after, only then did his manager on the other end of the call calm down. Don't do this sort of funny stuff in future. It is very easy to misunderstand your post. You don't know it yet, but because of your photo, many Yenzhou media outlets are in a frenzy circulating news that you want to jump ship. They're saying that Fang Zhao is planning to poach from neon culture. Fang Zhao is really good at duping people. When he was gaming, he helped Silver Wing's gaming department poach a few esports gods. Now that he is acting, he is surely thinking of poaching their rivals' assets. Oh, right, the actor that joined Silver Wing last week was surely conned over by Fang Zhao. I don't think Fang Zhao is that sort of person. How about, I delete that post now? Si Lu asked cautiously. Delete my ass. That makes it seem like you have a guilty conscience. Post another status, a more detailed one, explaining the circumstances clearly. No, after you have written it, send it to me first. After I have vetted it, then you can send. Forget it, I think it will be best if I write it for you. You can continue sleeping first. Remember to visit the psychologist after you have woken up. After the call ended, Si Lu's manager lamented to the others in the team, I'm probably the most dedicated manager among all managers. Elsewhere, Fang Zhao was also being bombarded by messages. There were some inquiries from Silver Wing, and there was some probing from other companies. Only after he had seen that evidence being circulated by all the different entertainment media did Fang Zhao know that he had started poaching from rival companies again. A pot falls from the sky while one is sitting at home. Entertainment media did not focus on what the truth was. What they focused on was whether it could attract the attention of the masses, and if it couldn't, they would stir things up. A photograph with Fang Zhao, who was currently very popular in Yenzhou and played an important supporting role in Founding Era. A further glance at the source, a neon culture celebrity. Neon culture and Silver Wing media were old rivals. Just investigating back a few years, one might discover that shortly after Fang Zhao had graduated, he'd had some issues with neon culture. Now Fang Zhao had such good relationships with Neon Culture's actors. Normally, even if one had good relations in private, they would not frequently bring it out into the open, let alone reveal it on such a public social platform. In actual fact, fans didn't think too much about it when they saw this photograph. What was the big deal about actors having a good relationship, helping one another, or giving thanks? There were many actors that had good relations with others, even if they were from different companies. However, in no time, many editors of entertainment media outlets turned a "no big deal" into an earth-shaking event, and they even dug out the incidents back when Silver Wing's gaming department had been recruiting. Evidence of Fang Zhao's poaching ability was brought up, and even the recent incident of Silver Wing poaching an outstanding actor from another company was also pinned as Fang Zhao's doing. Regardless of whether he had been involved or not, all of these were pinned on Fang Zhao. Wasn't it his own fault for flourishing in the limelight now? If these were not pinned on Fang Zhao, how would discussion be generated? How would attention be drawn? At the same time, the entertainment media groups knew that it was rather inconvenient for the casts on Planet Y to get internet access, so before Si Lu could get internet access and before his team could craft a proper response, these people did their utmost to stir stuff up. Afterward, Si Lu's manager cleared up the situation using Si Lu's words and once again earnestly thanked Fang Zhao for his help. Something written by a professional manager was definitely more thorough than something written by Si Lu, whose IQ and EQ weren't that high. Also, he expressed regret for having caused a misunderstanding and giving rise to these discussions. At the same time, he made sure it was satisfactory for the company. Neon Culture had a few actors in the cast, including first-rate and top-rate superstars within the continent. However, the only one who had been able to help Si Lu truly find his form was Fang Zhao. However, on the surface, this would not be revealed. If this information was brought to light, it would be disgraceful for the company's experienced actors, who were seniors in the showbiz circles. Once public relations teams had started to make their move, the matter also quieted down. There were many things happening every minute online, and discussion regarding Founding Era never ceased. Diverting the public's attention was very easy. After entertainment media were satisfied with their increased traffic, they moved on. The teams behind Si Lu had also gained a few benefits from this matter. Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had become a scapegoat. Even if this matter had already passed, in the eyes of many entertainment media companies, Fang Zhao already had this image: this is a dangerous person. Each and every company would be more guarded and would get the celebrities under their flag to stay away from him. Especially celebrities who were slated for crucial development, they should have as little contact with Fang Zhao as possible. What would they do if Fang Zhao poached these assets in a moment of carelessness? When thinking about it, it was seemingly like those entertainment reporters had said. Silver Wing's development in the past 2 years had gone very well, and their global influence had increased. Indeed, they were heading toward becoming a comprehensive entertainment juggernaut, and apparently, these developments had sped up when Fang Zhao had entered Silver Wing. Naturally, while these companies were guarding against Fang Zhao, they were also thinking about how to poach Fang Zhao over to their own company. Planet Y cast and crew. Si Lu had specifically gone over to Fang Zhao's to extend an apology for causing trouble due to him not thinking things through before posting, thus harming Fang Zhao's image. Fang Zhao wasn't angry. The entertainment circles were just like this, and he had already gotten used to it. Furthermore, for people who had experienced the period of destruction, such trivial matters couldn't be considered a big deal. Besides, Silver Wing's teams were not just for show. Even if the matter blew up, they would be able to resolve it. Seeing that Si Lu had actually had no ill intentions, Fang Zhao consoled Si Lu instead and asked about his future plans. "I will still be staying here for a period. Dr. Dai still wants me to come back a few more times," Si Lu replied sheepishly. For actors like him that had had considerable scenes and had acted for 4 to 5 seasons, once their part in the series was over, they would receive some recommendations from the psychologists. Si Lu might have seemed alright now, but he had not completely gotten out of character. The psychologist wanted to observe him for a while more and allow him to leave only after everything was in order. Si Lu was also advised to leave the cast right away once he was given the all-clear. For people that were immersed too deeply in character, even after shedding the role, continuing to stay on with the cast might result in them falling back into character again. Si Lu was actually very reluctant. He had originally wanted to stay on with the cast to learn more, but now the psychologist and his manager had both advised him not to stay on. Si Lu trusted the judgment of these professionals. I will be returning once Dr. Dai tells me that I can leave. Oh right, Fang Zhao, what was the name of the tune you played that time? I don't think I have ever heard it before. Si Lu was asking about the tune Fang Zhao had played on the keyboard when he had come over to consult Fang Zhao and better understand the historical character Qi Guan. There isn't a name, Fang Zhao replied. That was also my first time playing it. It has never been released on the internet before. An impromptu composition. Impressive. Now Si Lu really admired Fang Zhao. He had heard from musicians from his own company that Fang Zhao had also been invited to join the founding era music team. That meant to say that if Fang Zhao composed any pieces, he could compete with others for his music to be used in scenes inside the series. For example, the scene where Qi Guan, the character Si Lu portrayed in the series, died in battle had accompaniment music created by a musician from Yenzhou. Before, Si Lu had not understood, but now he felt that as long as Fang Zhao wanted to compete, he might not necessarily lose to those precursors in the music circles. A consultant team member and music team member, and he was even acting in an important supporting role, Fang Zhao was really a talented person. Si Lu's admiration for Fang Zhao was increasing. Fang Zhao was genuinely capable, and Si Lu was almost becoming a Fang Zhao fan. Some 10 odd days later, Si Lu received an all-clear from the psychologists. He went through the cast and crew procedures, collected his luggage, and boarded a transport ship headed from Planet Y back to Earth along with others who had received their bento box. On returning to Yenzhou, Si Lu first went to the Cemetery of Martyrs to pay his respects. Qi Guan's grave number had already been engraved in his heart. After he arrived at the Cemetery of Martyrs, he went straight to Qi Guan's grave and bowed deeply. He knew that there was only a knife inside the grave, not a prop knife but the actual one that Qi Guan had used. In the eyes of many people, Qi Guan's character might be very flawed, but in Si Lu's heart, he no longer felt so. Perhaps his sentiments were from being too immersed in the character, as Si Lu felt like Qi Guan was another him who had wandered that hell on earth as he'd pleased. When the Yenzhou Chapters Season 5 was aired, the episode with Qi Guan's death scene earned quite a lot of tears from audiences. A tragic hero always created a deeper impression. In the eyes of the people, he had already exceeded the ordinary and had become a fable. Before the 5th season aired, some people had created a list of the names of those that would die this season according to the real process in history. Fans of Si Lu and of the historical character, Qi Guan, all watched it as their hearts shuddered. There was a main music piece for the episode where Qi Guan died. The piece had been composed by a celebrated musician in Yenzhou, and the quality of the tune was very high. Many people felt that this storyline was very fitting to the music piece and that it was especially tear-inducing. However, after listening to it a few times, Si Lu felt that the accompaniment piece in the series was not as profound as the one he had heard Fang Zhao play. Although he could not remember every single note clearly in his head, every time he recalled the song, there were always some faint sounds. He also sensed that these sounds had gradually vanished when he'd stepped out of the character of Qi Guan. As for which of the two tunes was better, the two could not be compared. The accompaniment music in the series focused on tragic and sacrifice and had a thicker artistic embellishment. As for the piece that Fang Zhao had played, that truly belonged to the person Qi Guan. The two pieces had different orientations. Si Lu decided that he would search for Fang Zhao's concert and give it a listen when he got back. Today, Si Lu was in a car headed back to the company after recording a program. He was listening to his manager tell him about what other arrangements he had this month when he suddenly looked out of the window. An advertisement was flashing on the massive screen on the exterior of a high-rise building. Is that the latest earpiece that Fang Zhao is endorsing? Hearing that, his manager turned over to look and grudgingly replied, "Yeah. I heard that it is a luxury version. There were commercials and advance sales a short while ago." Si Lu went online to search for the full video commercial. Sunshine, mountain creeks, life, destruction, still water, daybreak, ancient temples and shrines, alpine glaciers, shrapnel splitting into pieces, guns blazing, day and night appeared fleeting, the vast starry sky seemingly right beside you, dreamlike musical notes revolving beside the ears, a hand stretching out that looked to be able to pass through multiple worlds. Take off the earpiece and you are just a part of the world. Put the earpiece on and you can possess the entire world. Dieting Z series, power arrives. Hearing the sounds from the commercial, Si Lu's manager said, "I didn't pay attention then, but after searching, this series of earpieces is rather high quality." Entertainment circles had their own status hierarchy. Celebrities would endorse luxury goods to display their standing and let the masses have a much clearer idea of their status. Other people endorse luxury items too, either clothing, jewelry, makeup, or luxury cars and such, yet the first luxury item that Fang Zhao endorses is actually an earpiece. Si Lu's manager also felt that it was strange. An actor endorsing an earpiece. No, I think Fang Zhao wasn't an actor in the past, wasn't he from the gaming circles? Composer, Si Lu said, slightly animatedly. Fang Zhao's composing is especially impressive. When he was telling me about Qiguan, he even improvised a tune. At the time, it was as if my entire self was brought into another world, and after that, I found my best form, all the way until I finished scenes. Don't you think that is especially impressive and mystical? You definitely have been poisoned. Hey, there wasn't any poison. Really. I drank the water he gave and was totally fine. Si Lu also did not bother to explain further to his manager. He had just seen the timing for the first round of advance sales for the Z series. It was today at 2 in the afternoon. It was about time soon. Si Lu had been very busy traveling all over and attending activities, so he had spent very little time online and had not paid attention to news regarding earpieces. Thus, he only knew about it when he saw the advertisement outside. Actually, Fiery Bird released a luxurious high-end earpiece model every year. That model would also represent Fiery Bird's greatest accomplishment in manufacturing earpieces. This year, there had been an even bigger breakthrough, and they were releasing a new earpiece system, System Z, which once more brought about a heightened hearing experience. But at the same time, as a high-end series and being viewed by the masses as a luxury good, the Z series' price wouldn't be low. As of now, among all the high-end earpieces, the most highly anticipated one was the model that Fang Zhao wore in numerous commercials, old-era style headphones. The standard version already cost above 100,000, and the superior version was over 500,000. As for special custom-made versions, those were for the nouveau riche. From what the masses saw, Dieting System Z was a luxury item. As for fans of music, they were more curious about the newest system that Fiery Bird had to offer. Anyone familiar with earpieces knew that the Dieting series had always been about pursuing a hearing experience, and now the Z-series earpieces would be equipped with the rumored most up-to-date earpiece technology that was the System Z. People that normally did not pay attention to this were so shocked their jaws dropped upon seeing the price range. However, for people that took note of earpieces, this was normal, it happened every year. Some people could never go back after using a high-end machine, not only because these earpieces could satisfy their acute ears and their demanding requirements for sound quality but also because of the degree of comfort provided. High-quality earpieces could let the user forget that the earpiece was even there as it assimilated sounds into the ear, letting the user enjoy the sounds of the world. Probably only fanatical music lovers would purchase such high-end machines every year, purely for the sake of being pretentious. Fiery Bird only releases a high-end series every year. To think that they would actually unleash a System Z. A certain music zealot exclaimed in a chat group. Your information is lacking. Do you even pay your broadband fees? How long has it been since you accessed the internet? I just finished writing my graduation thesis. I have been so busy lately and only managed to find some leisure time today. I actually thought that it was the series that was hotly discussed last year. 2 months back, I heard rumors that Fiery Bird was coming up with the Z series. Now, it is actually real. A new system too. This isn't something that happens yearly. I heard that the manufacturing has been upgraded and that it is more resistant to harsh conditions. I don't know whether it is an exaggeration, but it is rumored that the earpiece that Fiery Bird sent over to Fang Zhao can withstand the harsh climate at the sets of Founding Era, and can still maintain perfect sound quality. I'm so envious of celebrities that endorse. We haven't even seen the goods yet, but he has already used it. Alright, this year's magical object is about to be born. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to fight for it? You don't say. I have already set an alarm. The moment I receive the notification, I will go out guns blazing. Every year, Fiery Bird's first batch just has too few items. In each continent, there are only 500 pieces for each style, and they're basically sold out in 2 hours. If you oversleep when the time comes, you won't even have time to regret. In their own words, if one was just a step too late and didn't get to purchase it, whereas others did, then all one could do was stand aside and watch on with envy. Not only was it to be pretentious and to flaunt, these people hoped to be able to use this year's magical object at the first possible time. Outsiders had no way of understanding the pressing sentiments they had. For people with better conditions, splurging once a year on this was still affordable. They did not have much interest in expensive cars or other such luxury items. At 2 p.m. Yenzhou time, music fanatics and earpiece lovers fixed their eyes thirstily on the screen, waiting to be the first batch to purchase the Z series. However, after sales opened. What's going on? I just went to the washroom and there weren't any left when I got back. The standard version was cleared immediately, and I only hesitated a little for the superior version, but when I went to purchase it, it was already out of stock. Cry. Why can't we set the system to purchase it automatically? I want to complain. Ha ha ha, I managed to snatch one. Luckily my fingers were fast. But I only managed to snatch the earplug type standard version. I didn't manage to get the classical headphone type. I managed to get the headphone type, but it is in green. There wasn't any other choice. All the other colors were already sold out. If I can't get the earplug and headphone types, then I shall purchase the speakers. In any case, it is also one of the 3 big magical objects released by Fiery Bird. Don't even think about it. I just checked, and the speakers are also sold out. A bunch of gaming gods snatched our goods. TSK, what are these gamers doing buying the Z series? Isn't using the other series better for gaming? What are they coming to join the fun for? A bunch of ignorant outsiders. Not just that, there are also fans of the Founding Era series and fans of the Ambassador Fang Zhao. This year's competition is just 2F** King Stiff. I just saw a very popular article online, the one that says, Z series pairs up nicely with the epic flavor of Founding Era. It was released in the afternoon, and it already has a view count of a few 100,000. Just reading it, you can tell it is someone from within the industry. Who wrote it? Admit it now. The author of that article was currently at home staring helplessly at his ceiling. He also hadn't been able to get the goods. The article he had written in the afternoon had been to help advertise a singer friend of his. The article had even listed a song list and supplementary evaluations. For the sake of adding a hint of pretentiousness, he had specifically mentioned the Dieting Z series. Furthermore, with the traffic count hitting hundreds of thousands so quickly, it was obvious that there were actually some operations going on. Fortunately, he had used a dummy account when writing this article. Otherwise, if he were to be found out by people in the industry. He shivered at the thought before replying in the group, "It is all Fang Zhao's fault." Whatever the case, he had to save himself first. For everyone that was unable to get the goods, the blame could be thrown on Fang Zhao. Yanbei Retirement Home for Former Officials. A disgruntled great-grandfather Fang was frowning at his tablet. He had wanted to buy the headsets Fang Zhao was endorsing. After all, it was Fang Zhao's first time endorsing a luxury product. The first time great-grandfather Fang had seen the ad, he had checked his savings and done the math. He had decided to buy the basic model. But no such luck. What is Fiery Bird thinking? They're a big company, after all. Didn't they think to cater to elderly customers who are slower to act? How are we going to compete with those kids? What year is this that we still have to place orders manually? What's the point of smart automation? To put on a show? It's downright insulting to the elderly that we can't pre-program our purchases. Great-grandfather Fang was grumbling non-stop. Great-grandmother Fang, teapot in hand, was about to water their plants on the balcony when she heard her husband's rant. She raised her eyebrows, threw her spouse a glance, and continued with her chore. This is called hunger marketing. My understanding is that many luxury brands come out with limited edition products. This is quite common. It's not just Fiery Bird. Don't file a complaint and make much ado about nothing. You'll give Xiao Zhao a hard time. I know. Great-grandfather Fang was just venting. He had no intention of filing a formal complaint. If you really want those headsets, why don't you ask Xiao Zhao next time he gets internet access on Y? Great-grandmother said. Great-grandfather Fang shook his head. I'm not going to bother Xiao Zhao over something trivial like this. What a tough shoot Xiao Zhao has. Who am I to waste his time over a pair of headsets? I heard just a few days ago that some of his fellow cast members got so immersed in character they needed to stick around for psychotherapy after they completed their scenes. It pains me to hear things like that. I had no idea that acting was so hard. Any kind of radical change requires hard work. Xiao Zhao must have paid a heavy price to deliver such a great performance. He won't be due for a bento box for a few more seasons. Sigh, the thought of him getting his bento box pains me even more. One hand, he wanted Fang Zhao to finish his shoot soon and get some rest at home. On the other, he didn't want to see Fang Zhao's character exit the show. Great-grandfather Fang was quite conflicted. Great-grandmother Fang raised her eyebrows again and threw her husband another glance. The older this old fart gets, the more sentimental he becomes. But soon, great-grandfather Fang shifted gears. Even though he was upset about failing to place an order for the headsets, he was also a bit emotional. It would have been even more embarrassing if a product Fang Zhao endorsed didn't move, but the new headsets Fang Zhao was endorsing were selling like hotcakes. What did that say? That meant that his great-grandson was competent, that he had influence. That line of thinking got great-grandfather Fang excited again. He tidied up the outfit he was wearing and told great-grandmother, "There's still some time before lunch. I'm going for a walk." He walked out with his hands folded behind his back. There was a flat-screen billboard within the retirement home compound. Great-grandfather Fang chose a route that passed the billboard on purpose. The flat screen played the latest commercials every day. After taking in the ad for the Diding Z-series headsets endorsed by Fang Zhao as if he were admiring a work of art, great-grandfather Fang wanted to gloat. But when he turned his head, he couldn't see a single soul. Where is everyone? He canvassed the area. All of the folks who had been taking walks nearby were gone. Maybe it was nostalgia for the old era, or perhaps it was the influence of founding era. Anything that had to do with the old era was evoking strong emotions in folks. The retro headsets from Fiery Bird's Dieting Z series sold out instantly on every continent, regardless of the model. It was impossible to snatch a pair unless you acted swiftly. The earplug model and stereo system from the same series also sold out quickly. Several days later, the folks who had managed to land the first batch of headsets received their goods. What was the first thing they did when they got their shipments? 8 out of 10 buyers showed off their headsets on their social media accounts first. One of the new stars of the professional gaming scene in Jinzhou posted a series of pictures on his account. "My headsets have arrived. The same model that Zhao God uses. Come to think of it, Zhao God was the one who inspired me to become a professional gamer. Pity he has switched industries." Professional gamers from other continents also showed off their new Dieting Z series headsets online. Most of them mentioned Fang Zhao. Some mentioned him in passing, but others did it intentionally to boost their own exposure and brag about their wealth at the same time. But most of the gamers who had never faced Fang Zhao and yet were lamenting the fact that he had switched industries were merely paying lip service. They sure as hell didn't want to face off against Fang Zhao. Even though Fang Zhao's gaming career had been brief, he had made a significant mark. Footage of his avatar in action was often reposted and dissected. The reason some gamers still called Fang Zhao, Zhao God, was because no professional esports team or single player had been able to match his results since his retirement. So Fang Zhao was truly the reason why some of the current stars of professional gaming coordinated with each other when ordering headsets from the Dieting Z series. Jinro, the current captain of Silver Wing's professional gaming team, noticed all the posts claiming they missed Fang Zhao's presence in the esports industry and wanted to face off against him. He screenshotted a few of the more representative posts and posted the pictures on his social media account with the following message: "I'll show Zhao God these screenshots after he finishes his shoot. I hope you're ready to face off against him then." The gaming department at Silver Wing had new management, and the professional gaming team also had new leadership, but the gamers still referred to Fang Zhao as boss internally. In public, they went along with the Zhao God moniker. Jinro's post inspired gaming fans to follow suit. "Captain Jinro, you're missing a few screenshots. Here are some more. Picture. Here are 2 from Mighty Tongzhou. Picture. 5 from Mighty Laizhou. Here's 10 from Huangzhou, mightiest continent of them all." After gaming fans from different continents and curious onlookers from outside the industry joined the screenshot frenzy, gamers kept posting pictures of their new Dieting Z series headsets, but few made any mention of wanting to face off against Fang Zhao. The first few rising stars of the gaming world who had posted such messages now wanted to delete those posts, but deleting them now would be too obvious. They could only wait until the discussion died down. "All we did was ******. Was it necessary to resort to screenshots?" Some gaming publications reported on the screenshots in their social media posts, which gave the phenomenon even greater exposure. Of course, not everyone followed the latest developments in the gaming industry, so the screenshots weren't a big deal. Overall, they didn't cause a major ripple. No one took them seriously. After some kidding around, the controversy soon died down. The hot topic was still the Z series headsets. Music lovers and headset aficionados who had managed to land them were busy writing reviews. Folks who had failed to snatch a pair were either jamming Fiery Bird's customer service department with calls about the official launch date or shifting their attention to the company's other headset lines. There were also folks who had bought the headsets simply to show off. Simply posting pictures of their headsets online didn't give them their fix. They also wore their headsets in public, hanging out strategically in spots that had the most foot traffic. At a major mall in downtown Xi'an, 2 young men were discussing headsets. "Look, these are my new headsets. They cost some $5,000, the first young man said gleefully. "You've had those headsets for some time, no? You should upgrade to a better pair." "Oh, I think my $50 headsets suffice," the other young man said. How can $50 headsets compare to a pair that cost 5,000? The young men were feuding when they heard a third voice. Aren't they the same? All you hear is noise with headsets that cost less than 100,000. The two young men froze. Wow, now that's being pretentious. They looked over and examined the headsets hanging over the neck of the man who had just spoken. The logo and unique design were unmistakable. They were Fiery Bird's Z-Series retro headsets, the most popular among the 3 most anticipated headset models this year. The first young man who had spoken raised his hands in surrender. Okay. Pretend I never said anything. Only an idiot would compare hardware with a nouveau riche tycoon. Not everyone could afford the Z-Series, but even setting aside the Z-Series, there were other more reasonably priced lines. The previous Diting lines that Fang Zhao had endorsed were quite good value for the money. They were sufficient for folks who weren't that exacting when it came to sound quality. The two young men rewatched the Diting ad on a neighboring flat screen. I feel motivated to work hard again. Fiery Bird had adopted a blanket strategy for its ad campaign. Regardless of continent or city, you were bound to see their ads playing on a giant flat screen hanging on a tall building. The billboards in residential compounds, train stations, and plazas were dominated by the Diting Z-Series print ads. Naturally, Fiery Bird knew that the folks who could afford their products were a minority. The reason the company had splurged on advertising aimed at a broader audience was to make a statement. That's right. The hottest headsets of the year were made by Fiery Bird. Unless other headset makers can surpass the technical sophistication of the Z-Series, Fiery Bird will continue to be the industry leader. Of course, the masses only got the basics. They knew that Fiery Bird had developed a line of kick-ass headsets and that the ad for the line featured the actor who played General Fang Zhao in Founding Era. Fang Zhao wasn't that famous in other continents, but Founding Era was a global hit. It would be impossible to miss him even if you weren't a music or a gaming fan. Audiences from different continents watched the various chapters of Founding Era in different orders. They mostly watched the chapter about their home continent first before moving on to other chapters. However, anyone who watched the Yenzhou chapter remembered Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao's look in the Diting ad was different from his look in Founding Era, but even if a person didn't recognize him in the ad, someone would point it out to them. Fang Zhao's popularity also rose with every additional season of Founding Era that was released. Sales of the previous Diting lines he had endorsed also spiked. Fang Zhao was the hottest star in Yenzhou, eclipsing even the 3 actors who played Wu Yan in Founding Era. At a small city in Yenzhou, on board the local circular train service, an old woman took in the Diting Z-Series ad that was playing inside the compartment. Oh, that's Fang Zhao. A young man sitting nearby laughed. That's correct. That was Fang Zhao, but that was only a fragment of the ad. You've got a keen eye, auntie. The old woman flashed a conceited smile. Of course. I recognized him instantly. I've got great eyes. Everyone in our residential complex knows that. A young lady in the same compartment asked, Auntie, do you still follow celebrities? The old woman froze briefly before responding. No, I don't follow celebrities. I follow TV series, Founding Era, in particular. I just retired. All I do is stay at home and watch Founding Era every day. If you ask me, I still think the Yenzhou chapter is the best. I like the Fang Zhao character the best. Everyone in our compound likes him. After watching all the different chapters, I've realized that he has the strongest presence. You have to project that kind of aura as a leader. While others fill up the room, he fills up the entire building. I was a senior manager before I retired. I behave just like him. Fellow passengers. Then you're wound a bit too tightly for a retiree. Anyway, I think he's the actor who leaves the deepest impression, the old woman said with a laugh. He's my type of guy. Fellow passengers. Oh, "What's the name of the actor who plays Fang Zhao?" the old woman asked. "His name is Fang Zhao too." "I thought you had just recognized him," the young lady sitting across from her said. The ad featured the actor who played Fang Zhao in Founding Era. "His name is Fang Zhao as well, but he appears without makeup in the ad. He looks very different, but you still recognized him. What a great eye you have." The old woman paused, apparently confused. "He has the same name as his character?" she asked. "Yes, the same." The young lady enthusiastically pulled up a few news items from the time when Fang Zhao had first landed the role on her bracelet and showed them to the old woman. Fang Zhao beat out many big stars from Yenzhou and other continents to get the part. "Wow, that's quite something. He's only in his 20s. So young. I never would have guessed that he's in his 20s, judging from the look of his character." The old woman had made up her mind to share the news stories with her bosom buddies from the same residential complex. Folks who didn't follow celebrities like her were more taken by TV characters rather than the actors, who they wouldn't necessarily recognize. They used character names in daily conversation, but they rarely used the names of the actors. The old woman rushed home after arriving at her station. She eagerly relayed to her friends, "The actor who plays Fang Zhao is also called Fang Zhao. Isn't that easy to remember? He's awfully young, even younger than my grandson." Word spread quickly in the residential compound. Journalists in Yenzhou soon realized that among Fang Zhao's fans who were active online, many were middle-aged and elderly women who were retired. They mostly stayed home, watched TV, and chatted with their neighbors. This particular demographic among Fang Zhao's fan base began growing rapidly. A reporter at an entertainment publication who was monitoring online trends told a colleague, "The sky's the limit for Fang Zhao. The first luxury product he endorsed is already a success. His own market value has risen leaps and bounds. It's not just him. Take a look at the other actors in Founding Era. All the ones with substantial parts are doing well. They've all seen their market value rise. Even those who have already picked up their bento boxes are doing okay. It's the Founding Era effect. No wonder folks were angling to land roles when the director was casting. Heck, if I were an actor, I'd pay to get a role." The Dating Z series is the first luxury product Fang Zhao has endorsed. I wonder what he will endorse next. Maybe it will be a fashion label. Word has it that a high-end men's tailor-made label is negotiating with his management. It might be a top-of-the-line outdoor attire brand too. Another reporter sharing the same office space who was sipping water started spitting his drink as he watched his computer screen. He quickly summoned the others. "I'm not sure what Fang Zhao will endorse next. All I know is that Lijo's top star has endorsed garlic. If there's someone who could raise the price of garlic to the price of gold, it's him." Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.